Good morning, everyone. My name is Luciano Tosta, and it's my great privilege as director of the Center for Global and International Studies at the University of Kansas to open this symposium with heartfelt words of welcome. Dear esteemed colleagues from the Centro de Estudios de Asia y África at el Colegio de México, at the Programa Universitario de Estudios sobre Asia, África y Oceanía at UNAM, la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, and the Cátedra de Estudios de África y el Caribe at the Universidad de Costa Rica. I must also mention our colleagues at the Centro de Estudos Afro-Orientais at the Federal University of Bahia in Brazil, who unfortunately are unable to join us today for this symposium, but are very eager to begin collaborating with all of us. We hope that this symposium will serve as a catalyst for future joint projects, exchanges, and dialogues among all these universities. It is with profound enthusiasm, deep gratitude, and a sense of historic occasion that we at the University of Kansas extend our warmest welcome to you for our symposium, for our joint symposium, Global African, Global Asian Studies, Perspective Across the Americas. We are immensely honored to convene this gathering of scholars and administrators, bringing together distinguished researchers from our regional centers at KU and from our peer institutions in Latin America. Your journey here and your shared commitment symbolizes not just academic exchange, but a meaningful bridge across borders, disciplines, and epistemologies. This collaboration underscores the indispensable value of partnerships between preeminent area study centers of the Global North and Global South. At the University of Kansas, our centers boast rich legacies of intellectual leadership. The Center for African Studies, founded decades ago amid growing recognition of Africa's pivotal role in world history, has pioneered interdisciplinary programs exploring everything from pre-colonial kingdoms and liberation movements to contemporary issues like public health, resource governance, and cultural revitalization. It supports faculty-led research trips, K-12 outreach, and fellowships that immerse students in Swahili, Yoruba, and other vital languages. The Center for East Asian Studies, evolving from post-war II initiatives to understand Asia's resurgence, excels in dissecting Confucian legacies, modern economic miracles, and tech-driven societies across China, Japan, Korea, and beyond. Its work includes film festivals, policy roundtables, and collaborations with East Asian universities for dual degree programs. Our Center for Latin American Studies, with roots in the hemispheric solidarity of the 1960s, serves as a dynamic forum for probing indigenous rights, urban transformations, and U.S.-Latin America ties through initiatives like artist residencies and migration studies programs. The Center for Global and International Studies, which I direct, weaves transnational threads into a cohesive global narrative, working with our other centers to explore interdisciplinary themes of global relevance. Your institutions, in turn, shine as trailblazers from the Global South. El Colegio de México's Centro de Estudios de Asia y África, established as part of Mexico's commitment to decolonial scholarship, has produced landmark studies on Afro-Asian solidarities. Its vigorous seminars and publications challenge northern hegemonies with Latin American lenses on global inequities. UNAM's Programa Universitário de Estudios sobre Asia, África y Oceanía represents Mexico's flagship for comparative area expertise, delving into Afro-Asian intellectual histories, labor migrations, and environmental justice. Through archival digs, oral history projects, and international webinars, it positions UNAM as a nexus for rethinking America's Americas, Asia, Africa triangulations. Likewise, the Cátedra de Estudos de África e el Caribe at the Universidade de Costa Rica foregrounds Central America's overlooked vantage point, examining Asian investments in Costa Rica alongside African descended communities' cultural resurgence. And today we hope to learn more about all the great work that you guys do. In an era defined by cascading crises, pandemics that ignore borders, climate displacements upending millions, AI ethics debates transcending cultures, and resurgent multipolar geopolitics, area studies emerge as our most potent toolkit. Far from outdated silos, they deliver granular, culturally attuned analysis that dismantle one-size-fits-all models. They empower us to trace how ancient Silk Road exchanges prefigure today's digital corridors, or how African philosophies inform sustainable futures amid ecological collapse. Critically integrating global North empiricism with global South relational ontologies, rooted in communal knowledges and resistance narratives, yields hybrid insights indispensable for actable policymaking, from UN climate accords to anti-racist curricula. The symposium is the inaugural chapter in a saga of sustained collaboration. By pooling our archives, methodologies, and passion, we hope to redefine area studies as a truly pluriversal endeavor, one that honors diverse world makings and equips humanity for shared tomorrows. Thank you, and let's begin.
Thank you, Luciano. Welcome everyone. I think in this first session, we thought the best thing to do would be to have each university on a university by university case give a brief introduction to the units that are represented here today. So because the University of Kansas has two units, at least in this for the study of Africa and the study of Asia, we thought we would split that time. So Dr. Akiko Takayama and myself will present the Center for East Asian Studies and the Kansas African Studies Center, respectively. Akiko, would you like to go first?
Hi everyone, it's so nice meeting you. Um, I think it's all over the places, but this is the morning. It's a good morning. I'm really grateful for especially Lucia and Glenn to organize this first really fascinating meeting for all of us. So really appreciate that. So I am the director of Center for East Asian Studies at the University of Kansas, and then I've been directing this center over the last 5 years. And so the brief description of the center is, first of all, I really like the center and especially the community of the East Asianists in the heartland of America, in the United States. You could see so many Asian studies and the people in the East Coast and the West Coast, but it's not always the case in the Midwest or heartland of America. But KU has this special center for me. And the fellow colleagues. The center has been established in 1959, right after the World War II, and one of the oldest and most established Asian studies, and we are so proud of that center. And so we have Chinese, Korean, and Japanese establishments, and all of those three uh, offers 5 levels of languages. And then so you can imagine Chinese and Japanese well established in many other institutions, but Korean is a more late development. And luckily at University of Kansas, we offer 5 levels of Korean language courses too, as well as major and minor. So that makes KU Korean language and culture program as one of the only 10 US institutions that offer 5 levels of language and major and minor. And we are so proud of that aspect. especially by establishing with the good relationship with Korea Foundation. So recently we had a seated hire and also looking for more to come to establish more of the growing area. And it's something unique about Center for East Asian Studies, and also maybe the CREASE, Russian East European and Eurasian Studies that we share is we also offer Uyghur and Tibetan language courses, and this is a really unique feature to the KU as well because we offer 3 levels of Uyghur language courses plus content class about Intro to Uyghur history and culture. And this level of offering of Uyghur program is one of the only like maybe a few institutions along with it used to be Indiana University and Georgia Town University and Harvard University. So KU is one of these places in terms of the offering of the Uyghur courses. And we also offer 2 of the Tibetan language courses. This is really unique as well. And down the road, we are thinking about developing a Mongolian language in the study programs. Um, so those are the areas of our coverage. And in terms of the faculty who belong to and affiliate with the Center for East Asian Studies, count nearly 70 across from the colleges and the disciplines, including, of course, history, art history, language, cultures, sociology, communi yes, communications, journalism, music, and education. As such, it's really a diverse group of faculty members as well as graduate students who study East Asia context. And 2 more things we are so proud of our resources on campus at KU. One is the library collection. We have the 10th largest East Asian language, I mean, library collection among the U.S. Public universities. Of course, we have a great collection of art history, as I mentioned in the shortly. We have really strong art history program, history in general, and also recently more animation and comics for both language teaching purpose and also to address interests. Second, what we proud of is the we have a Spencer Museum of Art in which we have really strong collection, again, East Asia art collection. And if you're interested in that area, Kansas City also has a beautiful, nice museum of art called Nelson and Atkin Museum, which has a really good collection of Asian art as well. And so, in that context, we have this really strong art history program in which we have uh, the 3 areas all covered, Korea, China, and Japan. This is again really unique across the age art history programs to cover each country by 1 or 2 faculty members. In terms of the funding, we heavily relied on, like other area studies program, like African studies that I'm sure Glenn is going to mention, we relied on the U.S. Department of Education Title VI grant. This was the area studies program developed mainly under the Cold War to understand the regions for the U.S. National security purposes. And more recently, that theme itself was softened to include more the diverse perspective and the debates. But as you may know, the funding is up in the air. It has been terminated. It's sort of promised to come back, but we don't really know. So that's where we are at in terms of Title VI grants, which really covered our speaker series, annual symposium, faculty travel funding, public events, and so on and so forth. as well as foreign language area studies fellowship to support students to study foreign languages. In this case, CKJ, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and Uyghur and Tibetan. And other funding we have is a General Freeman Foundation to support K-12 teachers education program. Through this program, we try to educate or provide resources to K-12 teachers to incorporate Asian context in their teaching in K-12. Also, KU Study Abroad program has a nice funding from Freeman currently to offer internship fellowships for the students who are interested in going to Asian countries to the internship abroad. Um, and we used to also have a Confucius Institute support, but it's gone. So in general, because of long history of the center and also these generous grants, including Freeman in the past Confucius Institute, as well as Korea Foundation, Japan Foundation, we had a pretty robust program development. Having said that, we are living in this uncertainty age, so we are not really quite sure where we are going. In terms of the frame and the themes we cover, over the last 5 years, we have, from my perspective, drastically changed. In the past, as I said, area studies program started as an area studies focusing geographic areas. So our center focused mainly China, Korea, and Japan, geographically fixed area. But then last 5 years, we KU structurally realigning more collaboration among other area studies centers for multiple reasons. One is more financial reasons and also our survival, but also it kind of makes sense, as I said, what these offers would overlap with CREASE or thematically with other area studies centers too. So having that in mind, Center for East Asian Studies created this framework called Global Asia. And so Global Asia doesn't really isn't fixated in the geographic area, but more of the a flow of the people, commodities, and cultures. And so it's obvious Korean pop music is so influential beyond Korea and on the global scale. So the same with the Japanese animation, the comic books, the technologies, as well as Chinese investment or the Chinese medicine alternative thinking. So including these elements, as well as like ongoing migration from Asia to Asia across different regions, we try to create this lens called Global Asia. So having that lens, we focus four different topics across with other area study centers. So the first year we focused on a public health issue. This was just right after the COVID. And the second year we focused on migration. Third year last year we tackled digital age, and this year we are working on the climate change. These are broader topics to bring more people together. And two of the highlights is one with Luciano, CGIS, and then Brent Klask, Latin American Caribbean Studies. We had this one-day online symposium called When Global East Meets Global South. This was a one-day conference from all over the places to discuss many different topics. And we try to publish an edited volume out of this symposium. And so this is the area we expanded to include more of the other areas to collaborate and think differently. And another area potentially we could expand is definitely Afro-Asia, Chinese investment in Africa, or the cultural exchanges, or the Osaka Naomi, like who is a Afro-Asia tennis player. So like those are the elements we could definitely tackle further. And looking forward to learning more what we could do with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Akiko.
Mm.
Glenn Adams now will talk about our Center for African Studies.
Yeah, I am going to just share a brief PowerPoint presentation, and please, you should feel free to do the same, of course, if you want to do so. It's not necessary, but if you wanted to do so. So I want to introduce you a little bit to the Kansas African Studies Center. Akiko presented some very important background information about area study centers in general. But I think that the way we understand the African Study Center, the Kansas African Study Center, is as a vibrant intellectual community that centers global Africa. And I'll tell you a little bit more what I mean about that. First, I want to give you a little bit of the history of the Kansas African Study Center. We work at the Kansas African Study Center in very close collaboration with the Department of African and African American Studies. The Department of African and African American Studies uh, came to being in the very early 1970s during a period of nationwide demonstrations that were related to the Black consciousness movement, where people were demanding, students generally were demanding ethnic studies programs. And there were very forceful demonstrations resulting in police repression, even here in Lawrence, Kansas, resulting in even the deaths of a couple students to establish these ethnic studies programs at the University of Kansas, in particular, some kind of Black studies program. So the Department of African and African American Studies was born of that struggle. Later in the 1990s, there was a decision to try to make some version of what became the Kansas African Studies Center. And the idea of the African Studies Center is to be a university-wide hub, not just for people in the Department of African and African American Studies, but for anyone like myself. I'm in the psychology department, but I affiliate with the Kansas African Studies Center. When I first came here, I was recruited by psychology, but I learned of the African Studies Center, and I chose to affiliate because of my previous experience and work in African settings and my desire to have some kind of interdisciplinary engagement outside the psychology department, where of course people don't do anything related to Africa generally, and very little with global Africa or the notion of Black studies. So this is a very important resource for people across the campus. And as Akiko said of the Center for East Asian Studies, in the Kansas African Studies Center, we have over 50 affiliates in the faculty from across every school of the university. And we provide a hub for people to connect across those disciplinary divisions, to coordinate our activities around the idea of place-based knowledge. In 1995, the University of Kansas was the site of the development of a regional African Studies organization, the Mid-American Alliance for African Studies. A very vibrant, it comes and goes in terms of its vibrancy, I suppose, but in the last few years, trying to reconfigure itself in the age of video conferences and virtual meetings like the one we're having here. Hopefully we'll be able to send you the call for papers for this in the future, and you will also have the opportunity to present and attend if you wish. From the years even before 2006, but for a solid period between 2006 to 2026, the Kansas African Studies Center held a designation from the US Department of Education as one of only 10 or 15, depending on the year, national resource centers for African studies. And we had a mandate to administer the foreign language and area studies program. So we were giving fellowships for the study, graduate and undergraduate fellowships for the study of various African languages. Currently, we have been teaching Arabic and Kiswahili, but we were also teaching Wolof and have been teaching Wolof for a long time. And we introduced Yoruba. And some of our colleagues at UNAM participated in our Summer African Languages Institute in 2025, taking Arabic classes. But this program is kind of in flux because of this upheaval at the federal government level and the withdrawal of funding for some of these programs. So we are thinking about what is our mission in the absence of such programs. And these programs are sort of an icing on the cake kind of thing. something for us to do, but not really constituting our identity or who we are. And who we think we are, I should note before I start to talk about who we are, is that very recently we moved from a unit in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, which really reflected a model of us as a kind of unit based in a kind of teaching of African and African American studies, to a more general unit within the University of Kansas Office of International Affairs. And I think that makes more sense. And some of our colleagues from International Affairs are here today, and you'll be able to meet them later during the day. But this is fits our imagination as a transdisciplinary trans university unit center. I would be very much remiss if I did not introduce some of my colleagues in the Kansas African Studies Center. So our faculty associate director is Dr. Peter Ojambo. He is our professor of Kiswahili. Our assistant director is Doreen Silo. She comes to us from Ghana by way of Ohio University, where she did her master's work in African Studies. And our communication and outreach coordinator is Chibuzor Azabuike, Dr. Chibuzor Azabuike, who comes to us from Nigeria by way of Kansas State University, where she received her PhD. Our vision, I talked a little bit about our history. I talked a little bit about who we are, our vision for the present and our vision for the future. As I mentioned, we see ourselves primarily as an intellectual community. We're oriented toward intellectual considerations and engagement with and development of knowledge, but we're also a resource for relationship and a resource for joint production of that knowledge. And that kind of knowledge that we produce and consider is knowledge that centers or is centered in the epistemologies and ways of being from global Africa. And that's another important component of our identity. We imagine ourselves not just studying Africa as a kind of object of knowledge, but as a site for thinking about the world, really for thinking about the African character of the world as a kind of alternative to the very Eurocentric narrative of history and the present and the future. What does it mean to think about the past, the present, and the future from a more African-centered worldview and perspective, taking into consideration the events of the past few centuries and imagining what we might do in the future? And we finally, and very importantly for our work today, we imagine our task as a center for thinking about Africa as a global system, African systems as a global phenomenon. We think about how to make sustainable connections with colleagues and institutions on the African continent, but also throughout the world who are pursuing the same idea of Africa and its global presence, its global relevance. And one way we think we can maintain these sustainable connections is through virtual engagement. So we at the Kansas African Studies Center, we make it a point to have all of our programming available virtually. Some of the highlights, which I will make sure that I put some information about this into the chat over the course of our interaction today. We have a virtual affiliate program whereby mostly scholars from the African continent, but also we open it up elsewhere, can gain digital access to some of the University of Kansas resources. They are research associates of the Kansas African Studies Center who are based in their country of origin or their institution of origin, but they participate in our programs virtually. I saw one of our virtual affiliates on the call earlier today at the conference. I think others may come and go during the day. One event coming in March 6th, we have an annual graduate research symposium. Used to be a workshop, we now call it a symposium, where we invite our students originally, but increasingly students from around the world, from the African continent. And last year we had a participant from El Colegio de Mexico who participated and presented their research. We have faculty colleagues from around the world who chair panels for graduate students who get to present their research and get feedback. So we will invite you to participate in that. And of course, we have a virtual colloquium series all of our presentations and conferences and series, we do these, we try to have a virtual component so that our affiliates from around the world can join. And we will make sure that we include you in those invitations that we send. I referred to some connections on the African continent. We have many connections with individuals, but recently we've also been supporters of events, particularly the Senegambian Studies Group, the Lagos Studies Association, the Ghana Studies Association. We've had joint programs with the University of Dar es Salaam and the Université Cheikh Anta Diop in Dakar, Senegal. And we have connections with several South African institutions and several institutions in Kenya. And we're always looking to find ways that we can join with partners or bring partners into our partnerships. And I hope that this meeting will be an opportunity for us to come together with our resources to think about how we can amplify all the work that we do jointly. And with that, I will close and thank you very much for attending and welcome you to join us for the rest of the day's events. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. The next speaker will be Alicia Hiron from UNAM.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very glad that you invite UNAM and especially our University Studies program of Asia, Africa, and Oceania. Well, it's we are very proud that we are in this conference because, well, we have, and I'm going to explain more or less how we work. Well, first of all, the PUEAO was created as a seminar of Asian studies in 2013 by in that time, the president of UNAM, Dr. Jose Narro, and later in 2017, the president, Dr. Enrique Graue, created the program, a university studies program on Asia and Africa. And later on, last year, in May, after 8 years, they decided to add Oceania. So now we are a university studies program on Asia, Africa, and Oceania. And why do we are expanding our knowledge is because we are building right now a center of these 3 regions. And this is very important because, well, since we were one of our most aim during the 70s and 80s, it was Latin America, and later on, it was the North American trade agreement, and then they created the Center of North America. You know what happened in Mexico when we were integrated in this agreement, we lost not only the connect with the other countries of Latin America, but also we didn't see what was going in Asia and Africa. And now we open, the university wants to be a key reference in these studies. But one of the most important things is that we want to be we are creating global knowledge from the global south. And it is very important because there is a lot of confrontation in how was the knowledge of these countries of Africa since the colonial period, etc., and also the knowledge that we have since, for example, in Mexico at the UNAM during the 50s, we have the first seminars of Asia, but it was with a European vision. So this is very important, and for us, what I am going to present right now is a presentation just to know how is the program and why it is a program, and I hope to do it. I didn't, I don't know why, we have the presentation in English, but I'm going to do it in English, but you are going to be the slides in Spanish. So sorry about that. So let me see here, I have it. So, and I hope to have good internet because this is the other thing that, okay, where is it? Here it is. Oh, I don't think, are you seeing it?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, look, well, this is where is, let me
But
see.
it is, yeah, it is not in presentation mode. I don't, if it is in, I don't know what mode.
Is it
Pre-presentation.
okay? Okay. So here, if you see in the center, there's the Coordinación of Humanidades. So since it is the president of the UNAM, and then there are some vice president, and we have the vice presidents of humanities, and there's where it is a program. So the most important thing of this program is that we have a board who is with all you see all around here, but you are going to see the different schools, the law school, the philosophy school, economic school, political science school, and then different researchers that are very near of us, the anthropology research institute, economic research institute, aesthetic, philosophy, philology, and also law, the Law Institute, Social Institute, the North American Center, the Latin American Center, the Center of SAGE, which is Social and Humanities. It's a multidisciplinary center. There's another center, the CREAM, which is in Cuernavaca. And then you have also the School of Cinema, that's the school, the Center of Foreign Students, the Gender Center, the Derechos Humanos, human program. And then they have also we have the program of the city. So this is how we work, and all the people that are around here are people that are related to our mission of this program. So this is what we are. So the thing that we have after it was created, the PUEA, we found that we have more than 60 researchers in our UNAM, in our university, that has for their principal aim research is studies of climate change in Africa, of the blockchains in China, how are the Belt Road Initiative in China and in Africa, or how it is this Belt Road Initiative related to the Asian countries, or in Latin America. So you have different researchers that we have from that come from our mission and vision. So one of the things that we have created, and this is very important, because we have an award for the best titles in undergraduate, master degree, and PhD program. So this was one of our first, the first thing was, this award was created 3 years ago. This is the awards of 2024. And then here we have the award here is one professor of Colegio de Mexico, who is part of the board of this program, not only in Asia, but also in Africa. And then we have the colloquios of Asia. Here you are going to see the different colloquios that we have had. The first one that we had with a Japanese it was with the University of Tokyo. And then we have this every 2 years or 3 years, we have continued having this colloquium with the different universities of Japan, and also from other universities. Yeah, well, this is the 2023. This is also, we have a colloquium with the China Institute of Contemporary International Relations. This we have, the last one was 2 years ago, and it was in Beijing. And then later on, we have also one in Wuhan, in Wuhan city. Then this is very important. This is a seminar that we have with a CAS, with a Social Science Chinese Academy. We have our first seminar 2014, and then we have continued with this one. And the other Mexican institution that works in this colloquium with the Social Science Chinese Academy is a Colegio de Mexico. So we have been frequently, sometimes it's in Beijing, in China, sometimes it's at UNAM, Colegio de Mexico, and even during the pandemic, we continue working with them. Right now, we are organizing the 26th colloquium. Other thing that in office, the international program of UNAM have different offices around the world, and one is the UNAM China. With UNAM China, also the colloquium of with the Chinese Social Academy in 2014 was the leader was UNAM China, but also UNAM China has been working with us with Vietnam, with the Social Science Academy of Vietnam. So we made one in 2023, 2025, and right now we are continuing. Another thing that it is very important is that Diplomado en Estudios sobre Asia. This diplomado is, if you see here, is Jacobo, which is here present in this right now, and also Mariana Aparicio, that is also with us here. This is the 2025 Diplomado en Estudios sobre. This has just finished last year, and next week we begin the 2026. This will be, we are right now in the 12th diplomado, and one of the important things is if there are for all the people, for the students, it was 3 years ago, it was only 120 hours. Now it is an option to take your grade for undergraduate students, and now it is 240 hours. So this is also the Diplomado in Africa. In this Diplomado of Africa, what we have is that very different from the Diplomado in Asia. In the Diplomado of Asia, let me see, for example, it is organized as United Nations organized this continent. So we have East Asia, China, Korea, Japan, and then we have Central Asia. Our key speaker and the one who organized this Asia Central part is Mariana, who is here. And also we have the Southeast Asia, which is Pablo, and the Asia del Sur, where Jacobo is the one who organized. And also we have Medio Oriente, which is one of the key organizers is Moisés Garduño and Hernán Tahuada. In Africa, if you are going to see, there are 6, it is divided in 6 parts, but it is very different. You know that Africa was constructed with a rule by the colonial imperialist countries, European countries, so they have different, it is very, very different, the organization of this diplomado. What else I can say? Also, we have, during the pandemic, it was very interesting because 6 years ago, in 2020, we began with a gender seminar of gender literature of Africa and Asia, and we passed immediately to the platform. And after organizing different countries since 2020 until 2024 of different countries of gender Korean literature, gender Japanese literature, Chinese gender literature, Iran, Middle East, Arab Arab literature. So and African literature, we decided to found the Diplomado in Literature, Feminist, and Gender in Asia and Africa. And right now we are having in 3 weeks, we are continuing with different activities of gender literature. Then tomorrow, well, next week, we are very happy because next week we are going to have this seminar. It is online. It is East Asia and the Alianza del Pacífico. And the one who is organizing this one is Professor Genevieve Marchini. She is from the Universidad de Guadalajara. And she has invited different academic from Peru, Chile, Singapore, Korea, China, to try to introduce us in this Alianza del Pacífico. Also, we are having in 2 weeks a seminar. This is joined with the Programa de la Ciudad. It's about Tokyo, literature, and Soledad. And then we are having the fourth seminar of philosophy and religions in Asia. So what else I can tell? And well, more or less, this is our team here. Well, I am the director of this program. Here is Vania de la Vega, who is my deputy, who is our deputy assistant. You see Jacobo is here. And so we have our specialists, and most of them are very young people that works with us. And well, I think that will be this is more or less a view of what we do. Sorry that it is not in English, and I hope you could understand my Spanish English. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Alicia. Thank you so much. That was great. Our next speaker will be José Antonio Cervera from the Colegio de México.
Thank you very much. I am very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this interesting meeting. Well, I will share also a short presentation. Okay, I hope you can see it. Okay, I will present like this. Is it okay? I am
Yeah, it is coming. It is there. It's not yet in presentation mode,
okay,
but we can
okay.
see it. There it is. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So shortly, well, our center, the Center for Asian and African Studies, since its foundation in 1964, this center, this is CEAA, has operated with the goal of becoming the spearhead of studies about the Asian and African continents in Latin America. Our center has served as an unquestionable bridge and dialogue between Latin America and the Asian and African continents. Currently, the CEA's teaching staff consists of nearly 30 professors and researchers, in addition to professors of Asian and African languages. More than 70% of the core academic faculty are active members of the National System of Researchers of the Ministry for Science and Technology of Mexico. Well, we have two academic programs. Our main program, the most important, it was opened in 1964, the very first year of the center. Master program in Asian and African Studies. It had different names. I will tell you the history of the center. And in 1997, we created a PhD program in Asian and African studies. We have now six areas, study areas: Africa, China, Japan, Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. And I will stop here a little to tell you about the history of our center. Our center was created in 1964. In fact, 2 years ago, in 2024, we celebrated the 60th anniversary. It was created as a Oriental Studies section of the Center of International Studies of El Colegio de México. This section was established with the funding of UNESCO, particularly a project of UNESCO, the major project East-West. And it was also an attempt to study the South from the South, because, at that time, Asia and Africa were studied in the North. The United States, Europe, it was like it tried to do a South-South study. In 1966, where we begin our first journal, Estudios Orientales, Oriental Studies. Now it changed the name, of course, to Estudios de Asia y África, Asian and African Studies. In 1968, this section changed the name for Center of Oriental Studies. We can say that we got the independence from the Center of International Studies. After, in 1974, this Center of Oriental Studies changed the name for Centro de Estudios de Asia y África del Norte, Center of Asia and North African Studies. Also, the journal Estudios Orientales changed the name for Estudios de Asia y África, Asian and African Studies. Later, in 1976, our center organized the 30th International Congress of Human Sciences in Asia and North Africa. This congress was very important. It was like the very old Oriental Studies Congress, organized since the last years of the 19th century. So it was this moment, 1976, when our center, we can say, was considered also by the North as important center for research in Asian and African studies. In 1978, we organized the first Congress of the Asociación Latinoamericana de Estudios Afroasiáticos, ALADA, Latin American Association for African and Asian Studies. And until now, this association is very important for all the Latin American countries. In fact, in 3 months, in April, we have a congress in Buenos Aires of ALADA. Finally, in 1980, this Center of Asia North African Studies changed the name to the current name, Centro de Estudios de Asia y África. And it is very important that it was created the section or the specialization in Africa, Sub-Saharan African. In 1982, there is a master degree on African studies. So at that, it's very interesting because at that time there were two programs, two master programs, one in Asian studies and one in African studies. But later, several years later, the two programs were united in the master program on Asian and African studies. Um, this our two programs, master degree and PhD degree, they are organized in 6 areas, these 6 areas, but also the students they are organized in multidisciplinary lines: history, anthropology, and sociology, political science, economics and international relations, philosophy and religion, sorry, and linguistics, literature, and translation. Well, we have this debate, we can say, I suppose many universities have this, should we do disciplinar research or disciplinar, I mean, academic programs or area studies? Until now, we focus more on area studies. This is why, for example, I am in the China area studies section, we can say. But more and more, we try to our students to have relations with other students of other areas that studied similar disciplines. And from the very beginning, from more than 60 years ago, our master program was created in 1964. We focus in two things: history and language. That means, for example, the students from China studies, the 4 semesters our master degree has 4 semesters. During the 4 semesters, they study the history of China and also Chinese language. So, which are the language of each of the areas? In China, of course, Chinese. In Japan, of course, Japanese. South Asia is the only area that our students can choose between two languages, Sanskrit and Hindi. The students that want to study classical studies, they study Sanskrit, and there are not many institutions in Latin America that teach Sanskrit, and also they can choose Hindi. Southeast Asia, where there are many languages, but from the creation of this area in the late 1990s, it was chosen Bahasa Indonesian. In Middle East, of course, they study Arabic, although we try if some student want to specialize, for example, in Iran or in Turkey, we try that they can learn some of these languages, but our students, they learn all Arabic and Africa. What about Africa? Of course, Africa is a continent, and there are so many languages. Uh, from the beginning, in 1982, when this program on African studies was created, they study Swahili. We have now we have a professor from Democratic Republic of Congo who teaches Swahili, but also other professors they know and they can teach Swahili. But several years ago, we had a professor came, Emily Riley, that in fact she is the person who connect us, and she will talk in the next session. And she's specialized in West Africa, on Senegabian studies, and she knows very well Wolof. So now our students, if someone wants to do some research on West Africa, especially in Senegal, he or she can study Wolof with with Emily. Well, you can know more about our center in the page, also about the professors, their profile, and some very few words about our two journals. The most important is Estudios de Asia y África, Asia and Africa Studies. It was created in 1966, I already said, with the name of Oriental Studies, Estudios Orientales. And this is the most important journal about Asian and African studies in Latin America. In fact, not only Latin America, also all the Hispanic world, also Spain and Portugal. In Spain, I am from Spain, in fact, and in Spain there are not any journal so specialized and so old about Asian and African studies. And in 1993, it was created another journal, Anuario Asia Pacífico. It's focused more on East and Southeast Asia, and more on economic international relations, policy of these countries. Also, from the very beginning, we produced many books about, I can say that for all Latin America, our books, especially in the Spanish world, well, Brazil is another, it's a very important country, it's another world, but for Spanish-speaking countries, these books also are very important. And in fact, many people that studied in our master degree or PhD degree, now they created some centers in South America. So thank you very much. I am very happy to be here to present this very short view about our center. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose Antonio. Um, that was very nice also. Our next speaker is Jose Andres Fernandez Montes de Oca, and he comes from the University of Costa Rica. Bienvenido.
Hola, hola, buenos días. Can you see the presentation? Yes.
Yes.
Well, good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for having us here. It's a great activity to to know a little bit more what everyone is doing. I want to thank particularly Glenn and Luciano for reaching out for inviting us to this meeting. Uh, First, I want to maybe just a quick note that is important to highlight. At the Cátedra de Estudios de África y el Caribe de la Universidad de Costa Rica, we are a small space. We are not a department. We are not a research center. We are a space attached to the Dean's Office of the Faculty of Social Sciences, and we're just a handful of faculty working. Our goal is eventually to hopefully in the near future, right, to become a center, a department. So we're working towards that. You see, Okay, so the cátedra was established in 2013. The idea is to promote research and study on African, the Caribbean, and Afro descent populations. Well, our objectives in overall is to work for the study and the recognition of Afro descent heritage populations in Costa Rica, but also to study the role, the history of African, the Caribbean in world history, in the international economy, and also to promote, to study, to recognize the African diasporas in Costa Rica and in the Americas, and to contribute to the understanding and the elimination of all the practices of racism and exclusion in our societies. So we have a research component, a teaching component, but also a community engagement component, right? And overall, our research areas are African studies, Caribbean studies, Latin American studies, and ethnic and racial relations. Um, we have worked within a international and national legal framework, or in other words, this is what this is the base of our work in terms of the international legal framework. The International Decade for people of African descent and the Second International Decade are that international legal framework that sustain our work. But also in terms of the national legislation, we have a very strong, mandate. I don't have it here, but starting with a modification of the Costa Rica Constitution 10 years ago in 2015. We modified the first article of the Constitution, and Costa Rica became a multicultural and pluriethnic society. So based on that, there's been changes in the legal framework, in the national legal framework. And before that and after that, I just put here two examples, changes in the law of education. For example, this one that teaching history and literature and philosophical concepts related to African descent is part of the curriculum in schools and high school. And also we have an overall mandate in all ministries, autonomous institutions. La Universidad de Costa Rica is a public institution, it's an autonomous public institution. So we have this mandate to develop the studies and the recognition of Afro descent population in Costa Rica, and to acknowledge the contributions of the Afro descent population in Costa Rica. So based on that, legal framework, we have developed our work, and this been very, very helpful to have these strategic alliances with other public institutions. For example, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, that this kind of legal framework and alliances has really bolstered our work. Um, we can summarize our work in these four strategic areas. We organize and participate in different academic activities, such as this one. We also participate in training and knowledge transfers activities. That's what I said before, with different public institutions and private institutions, giving workshops, conferences, etc. And one of I guess it's our core area is this work with the communities, community outreach and public engagement. And also we have international alliances, networks that help our work. So in terms of academic activities, we organize different type of key activities, symposiums, colloquiums, conferences, book launches, lectures, all related to African studies, to Caribbean studies, and Afro descent population studies. I just want to highlight this activity from last year. I think this was our biggest activity in 2025, we organized the third symposium of the cátedra. That was in February last year. It was held at the Faculty of Social Sciences and also at the Caribbean campus of the university. The main campus is in San Jose, but also we have different, campuses around the country, and we have a campus in the Caribbean where we has the cátedra organize many of our activities. So we have a very strong connection with the campus in the Caribbean. So this symposium we organized it in San Jose and also in the Caribbean. It was 3 days of panels. We have 50 specialists from the Caribbean, Africa, from Europe, from Latin America, from North America that came. All of this was organized in 15 panels, and we had two keynote lectures. After that, we have other activities. We have another symposium, but it was smaller, 2 days. I think that was in September, and different conferences and lectures throughout the whole year. So this is just a summary of those academic activities that we had. We also published a book. This is a translation of a book by Professor Paul Lovejoy, and we have a few research projects. So as I mentioned before, we also work in training and knowledge transfer, especially through this strengthening of institutional commitment to the elimination and practices of exclusion and racism. Here as well, we have different talks, workshops, for example, courses to different institutions about the history of Afro descent population in Costa Rica and about racism and exclusion. For example, we have a few workshops with the Ministry of Education, with the Justice Department, with the Health Minister, etc. And of course, our third area is about community engagement, to community outreach. Here, the goal is to create that connection, that constant dialogue with different sectors of Costa Rican society, social sectors, political, cultural actors in general. This is a key, element of the university in general to have this constant dialogue, connection between the university and society. So we have worked in that area as well, in constant communication with, particularly with Afro descent organizations in Costa Rica, as part of our goal to, promote and facilitate initiatives of historical recognition, reflection, and social transformation. Here is also a summary of the activities that we organized this year related to community outreach, teaching, public engagement in general. So we had plenty of talks, courses, presentations, conferences, workshops, etc. And in terms of international cooperation, we have a few agreements with with a few universities. I want to highlight this one. Last year we signed, or is in process of signing. I'm not sure in terms of the bureaucratic process, the stage, but we have create an agreement with the University Cheikh Anta Diop in Senegal. This is the first agreement with an African university that the University of Costa Rica have. But also we have agreements with colleagues in France and in Germany, with the IRD in France, with the University of Côte d'Azur, and also with the African Multiple Cluster of Excellence at the University of Bayreuth in Germany, which has a network of partners with other African universities. These two, the University of Côte d'Azur and Bayreuth, help to, for example, help to co-organize the symposium that we have in February last year. And we also have participation in the Association of Caribbean Historians. And just to finish my very brief presentation, we have our website that we invite you to visit. There you can find all the information about the cátedra. We have a library, and we also have this section that we are actually very proud of, which is called the La Caja de Herramientas, and a toolbox, where we upload all the resources that we work on, especially towards education for professors in public education in high school. So we have documentaries, short clips, we have books, we have visual, what do you call this? Well, visual material for students. It is material that has been very helpful, not only for teaching in high school and at the university, but also for the workshop that we organize, but with different institutions. And I guess that's it. You can find all sorts of materials in our website. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose Andres. I'm very inspired by learning about all the great work, the amazing work that all of you guys do. This is amazing. Um, we don't have much time, but I think we could take 5 minutes to questions, comments. Glenn?
I
Yeah,
only
thank
will,
you.
well, sorry, I only would like to say that thank you, Luciano, for inviting us and to have this experience en, ¿no? Y bueno, lo voy a decir en español para mayor emoción. Pues muchísimas gracias, ha sido un gusto estar aquí con ustedes y bueno, qué bueno que hemos tenido la visita de ustedes. Yo no pude estar cuando vinieron, pero mis colegas, Vania de la Vega, José Luis y parte del equipo del PUEO estuvo con nosotros. Y bueno, para mí es muy importante que podamos tener estos grupos de estudio en un mundo tan confuso, conflictivo y de todos los días tenemos nuevos cambios y bueno, también nuevas esperanzas de una mejor vida para nuestros países, sobre todo para los que antes se llamaban tercer mundo y que ahora se llaman países emergentes o ahora del sur global, pero seguimos siendo tan de tercera sin ningún cambio para nuestras poblaciones. Entonces, muchísimas gracias, Luciano, y a todos ustedes ha sido un gusto estar aquí y muchísimas gracias por la invitación.
Muchas gracias, Alicia. Y Glenn, mi colega aquí, fue el responsable por casi todo, ¿no? Trabajó muchísimo. Sí, gracias. Fue un gusto estar con ustedes. Glenn, you had a question?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks to you all for coming. It's very important occasion for us to be able to start something like this, and we're hoping that it can produce some interesting and important collaborations moving forward. I wanted to ask about the work when your centers are doing work with Chinese institutions or with other institutions like Sheikh Anta Diop. What is the way you handle the language issue? What language are you doing the interactions?
In English. Everything is in English. Well, in China, when we go to China, well, we speak in Spanish in our languages and they translate it, and then they translate it from Chinese to Spanish. But I think it's the only country they have so great platform of people that speaks all the languages of the world, so we don't have any problem. But when we work with other countries, everything is in English.
Well, yes, that's right. Chinese usually they have their translators, and so I mean our meetings usually are in Spanish and Chinese with translation, but also in other countries. For example, about 2 weeks ago, we had a delegation from Saudi Arabia, and we expected to have the meeting in English, but no, they came with with a person that translated from Arabic to Spanish, and so we spoke Spanish, and they spoke Arabic. But most of the meetings with other countries, and also I mean, with Chinese colleagues, also many times we speak English because this is the common language. But in the meetings more official, usually there are translation. Yes.
Yeah, same as always in English. In the past, we had translation to French, I think Portuguese ones, but there's always budget limitations. So now our activities are in Spanglish, in Portuñol, that.
And that would be my question about budget. How do you guys survive? What's the main source of funding?
Well, for Colmex, and I suppose also for UNAM at least, this is government funding. We are public institutions, and we received a budget every year. Of course, every year this year, for example, there were not so much money. Well, all the institutions, at least here in Mexico, we had to uh, how to say, apretarnos el cinturón. I don't know. Uh, but usually most of the funding is public. Of course, there are sometimes we get some, for example, for our students to go to other countries, we have some foundations. Until last year, we have the Open Society Foundation, for example, that gave us some money for our students to go to Africa or to Asia. But for our usual activities, our university is public funding.
Yes, I also, where we are from UNAM, it's a public budget, but since 6 years ago, the austerity has arrived, especially in education, and we have been reduced our budget. That's why we construct all these diplomados. Since it was created, we have to generate money. And so, it's incredible. When I was many years ago at the UNAM, I almost more than 45 years at the UNAM, we never had to generate money. But since maybe 1 decade or more, you have to generate money. So when they create the Asian seminar, they told us that we have to generate money to pay the people that works with us. So that's why we create the diplomados. And well, even though we are very happy because now we have a big maybe we have more than 400 students in this diplomado during these 12 years. And everybody knows us. In the Ibero-American countries, we don't see another diplomado of Asia or Africa. And the other thing, it is in platform. So it is a chronicle. So maybe when people from Japan or from Spain, they can see it later on when it is la grabación in the platform. But we have to generate money. Even if we want to go to a congress, we have to generate. And for example, since 1 year ago, honorarios has been reduced a lot. So, well, that's our reality. But we are happy to work in these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we're also a public institution, so these are public resources. And as I mentioned before, we're not a department and we're not a research center. So our budget that there is very, very limited. We have a fixed budget for a few faculty. Usually we are 4 people working. So we have to duplicate our efforts, right, to organize all the activities that you saw, that extensive list. Um, and our goal is to become a research center, but we have to compete also within the university for those resources. So that's going to be it's going to be a long process. I hope not that long, but that limitation is there, right? That because so we are only around 4 people working in the cátedra, but we know that there are many more people working on these subjects scattered, around the university. But we don't have that capacity to gather all that people and into one center because we don't have the resources to maintain it, right? So hopefully, in the future, we're going to be able to create the center that really uh, helps to develop our research agendas.
Thank you very much, Jose, and everyone. Does anyone from our Latin American institutions have any questions for the Kansas folks?
Yeah, how severe has been the budget cuts in the last year, and how that has affected the work of the research center overall.
You want
Brent,
me to speak to that?
go ahead, Megan.
Yeah. So I'm Megan Green, and I'm a historian. I work on China. I long ago directed our Center for East Asian Studies, so I'm familiar with this world from that vantage point. But I also now I don't know, work oversee, I guess. I don't really know what the right word is. The area studies centers since they moved into international affairs. And, we have a fairly major budget crisis in the sense that the four of our 5 area study centers were funded with federal money that disappeared unexpectedly. And we don't know if the grants that supported the centers will ever come back. They may not. And of course, if they do, we don't know for sure if we'll get them. So that means that our centers are now dependent upon the institutional budget.
Mhm.
And for that reason, we have spent, in a way, they've always been somewhat dependent on the institutional budget, but now they are completely dependent on that. And as a result, we spent our autumn rethinking what our centers do without trying to take away from their core mission, their core foundation as centers for research on and dissemination of research on the areas that they work with. But we also have to think about how we can justify the expenditure on these centers to the institution. And one way of doing that is thinking about how the centers might be able to perform certain functions in terms of serving the institution as the institution tries to become even more internationally oriented than it has been. So how can we assist the members of the institution, the other offices in our institution, to develop and strengthen partnerships, for example? So these or to develop collaborative online international learning opportunities. So this work in the partnership space is something that centers have always used partnerships, but they haven't necessarily helped other people on campus manage partnerships. And so that's one example of the kind of new work that the centers are moving into in order to strengthen the university as a whole, and through that to sort of justify the budget that is granted to them.
And also, I have a curiosity, not only the budget, but uh, especially you, Megan, you said that you do research on China, right? How is it to do research about China now in the United States? In the times of Donald Trump, do you have still freedom to research, or because we don't know we only know the news more and more strange. So can you tell us something
Yeah.
about it?
Well, that's an interesting question, and interesting because I hadn't actually thought of it myself, which I think tells you that I don't feel any constraints. Now, I should say I'm a historian, right? So I don't
Okay.
work on the present,
Perfect.
although I do work on the 20th and even into the 21st century. And the constraints that I feel actually are constraints that come from China. So do I have access to archives that I need to access? I Can I get a visa to get into China given things that I may have said or that my students may have said or written about China? The there are some constraints in terms of work with China, in that there's a list from the U.S. government, and that there's a list of institutions that we can't engage with. So that's one kind of constraint. I don't happen to feel that myself in what I do. I
I'll
know
let
that Charlie wanted to say something too.
I'll let Charlie and Alicia after him, but I wanted just to say that China is actually the US is very interested in China in many ways. So that creates a lot of opportunities for studying China as well. So it's not that it's distances. It wants to know, to learn as much as it can. Charlie, please introduce yourself, and after you, Alicia.
Oh, good morning, everyone. And Charlie Venkart, and I work with these wonderful colleagues at KU in the International Affairs Office, where I'm the Vice Provost for International Affairs. Um, and it's such an important and interesting question and complex. I will, everything that Luciano has shared and Megan has shared, I think is right on point. A few things just to mention too, from an institutional perspective. Our second largest student population at KU is still from China. And if you look at our faculty expertise and the connections, the partnerships, the relationships that they have, China is integral to our scholarship, to our connections, to the knowledge networks that are so important to driving our work. Um, that said, I think there is Akiko mentioned in her overview of the Center for East Asian Studies that we used to have a Confucius Institute. There was strong legislative pressure on our chancellor, the head of our institution, to close that Confucius Institute because of the perception of risk. Even though the Confucius Institute did not develop, design, deliver curriculum at the university, right? It was quite independent in its operation and function, but politically it became a difficult thing for the university to maintain. But one of the advantages of not having a Confucius Institute is that it took us off the radar and enables us to think strategically about how to engage in research with China and collaborate. And as Megan said, there are lists of institutions that are part of talent development programs and are connected with the Communist Party of China that we're not allowed to work with. That list changes regularly. And so, but knowing that also enables us to lean in with other institutions and colleagues at other places to maintain those relationships. So it's a complex dance. I will say, however, just looking at all of you and the work that you do, that there are models of healthy, successful academic engagement with China that we can learn so much from. And I would say the same thing about Australian institutions and EU institutions, where there's an understanding of the risk. Intellectual property protection is critical, but also we're part of a global knowledge economy. We cannot exclude hundreds of thousands of scholars from our engagement. And so to do that strategically and effectively with attention to protecting our interests, but also furthering them through collaboration and engagement is something that we can learn from you. And I look forward to hearing about different models and approaches, because that's something that we can do at KU to change policy and practice at our institution. So thank you. I really appreciate all of your contributions today.
Thank you, Megan and Charlie. And Alicia, please.
I have to run to another meeting, but I will send, I have, I think it's one or two papers published in the Journal of Economic Issues about China and Africa. And so I will send to you, Luciano, the papers. And I'm very happy that Jose Antonio put on the floor to China, because China is related with all our principal researchers. So thank you very much to be here. Sorry, I have to run to another meeting, and well, very happy. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you, Alicia. Akiko, this is the
Hi.
last of this session.
Yeah, I just was wondering if there isn't much time, I just wanted to put this question, and then if anybody can provide information, I'll be really grateful. My question is about the perception of area studies in Latin America. I learned more also like 2010s, you came to the centers of providing like a PhDs. So to me, it seems to be pretty new development. And meanwhile, in the US, it's sort of like anecdotal, but still, I think students' interest maybe shifted from area studies to more global international studies or engagement. So I wonder what is the trend you see in terms of area studies, if the students' interests are increasing, as well as the faculties, and what kind of trend you see and where it seems to be going.
Well, I will say some words. Well, this is a debate, of course, because sometimes here in Mexico, at least in Colmex, we think we have this very good master degree and PhD degree on Asian and African studies, but when the students arrive, many of them they don't know anything about China or Japan or Middle East or Africa. So it would be great to have um, uh, undergraduate studies about area studies, as we know that in some countries in Europe they have it. We had an Italian colleague some years ago, and he had studied uh, China for many years in Italy, from the undergraduate studies and after the master degree, PhD degree. We don't have this, and it's a pity. But of course, um, I think the world is more and more focused on disciplinary studies, not area studies. Our institution, el Colegio de México, our center, is one of the very few that have still area studies. But I think in most countries, they are going more and more for disciplinary studies. And for example, if someone studies economics, a degree on economics, after he or she can specialize on Japan economics, but it's not the same as if he or she has studied Japan for 4 years and specialized in Japanese economics. But this is a debate, and I suppose in other countries, other institutions are similar.
Yeah, it's the same. And the number of courses dedicated to specific areas studies are limited. Uh, I'm a historian as well. I'm in the history department, so we have Caribbean history and African history, but that's it. We used to have Asian history, an Asian history course, a course on the like two courses on the Middle East, but they are sustained just by usually just one faculty, right, teaching that class. So our capacity to to form people specialized in particular areas is limited. We make we make that effort. I think Guillermo and I are a product of that, but the capacity is limited, right?
Anyone
Thank you
else?
very much. I think we share the same issues over here too, in terms of the undergrad and high school students might not be well exposed to area studies. And then also the course listing would be limited because of enrollment issues. But thank you so much for sharing. That's great too. Oh.
Okay. I think maybe we can take a 1 minute break. Glenn, what do you think?
Maybe more than 1 minute. Yeah, let's take maybe yeah, I see some fans of that idea. Yes, maybe 10-minute break. How is
Okay,
that?
perfect.
Because we have some time for lunch, we can shorten the time for lunch, there's no problem. So we will convene at 10:55. I think we're all in the same time zone. So yeah, 10:55.
Perfect.
So good morning again, everyone. I want to welcome you back to our virtual colloquium. We will continue. And as you may have noticed, we changed the program has been kind of a work in progress throughout this planning for the event. And I thank you for your patience and your flexibility as we negotiated with different kinds of format. So we, because our colleagues from Brazil at UFBA were unable to attend today, we have rearranged the program a little bit. Also because we had intended to do something like that discussion we were having at the end of the last session involving comparative approaches to area studies across the region. But I see, or we also saw that some of the presentations that we will have are addressing this in their own way already. So we thought maybe it was unnecessary to do that specifically. And so we made the program a little bit shorter. So that's the explanation for that. So we have 2 sessions left. We thought we would consider now global African studies in one session and global Asian studies in another session with perspectives from each of our institutions. So our first session, which we will do now, is perspectives on or research from or on global Africa. And our first presenter will be Dr. Emily Riley from El Colegio de Mexico. And I should say that we anticipate that each of the presentations will be about 15 minutes. That will give us quite a bit of time, almost 30 minutes for audience engagement and discussion. So thank you. Please, Emily.
Hi, good morning. Saludos a todos. Nice to be with you all. Always special for me to see my colleagues from KU again and collaborate with you. I worked at KU for a few years before coming here, so it's always sort of nostalgic to speak with you. And thanks for being part of this. And then to my colleagues here in Mexico and South America, it's nice to see you. Before I kind of start about, my actual presentation, I just wanted to mention, in the spirit of kind of institutional collaboration that we've already started this round, but I teach a Wolof language course. It's a public course through our center in Spanish. And I've had a couple of people from Costa Rica join in the past. I have some people from Argentina. And so I just thought I would mention that certainly with these new collaborations, I can send out that information when it starts up again. And I'm not going to talk about this today particularly, but I'm also working on a project with a colleague from UNAM on African migrants in Mexico City, and probably would have been a little bit more of an interesting topic to speak about today, but hopefully we can, if that is of interest to others, certainly I can speak to that. But I wanted to share a little bit about, my current research that is on a Sufi community in Senegal where I've conducted research for many years, and I'll show a slide here. Hopefully, I can do that, and then obviously any kind of questions are welcome. Okay, so this project started basically my doctorate years. Part of my dissertation was about the Sufi community called the Layen. And as I have been at Colegio over the last probably 3 or so years, I've been expanding this project into something kind of more diasporic. And so it really began with some funding from Colloquium a couple years ago, where I went to Senegal. And as we all know, our research often takes us to places we didn't quite expect. And so I was really interested in looking at Ajami texts, so Wolof written in modified Arabic script, which you can see on the page to the left. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But then it really became kind of a discovery of a women's Quranic school among the community, which is in Dakar, the capital, using these texts as part of kind of the singing that what they call sikar, which is part of an important part of worship in the community. And I'll don't know how much I need to go into about what Sufism is, but we're talking about kind of a mystical branch of Islam. And a couple of things that I should really point out about it, especially within the context of Senegal and West Africa, is that many of these, and I think my colleague Jose Luis, who's also done research with the Murids, which is a different community, can also speak to, is that they're really founded around around a kind of big, larger than life figure. And in the case of the Layen, that would be Seydina Limamou Laye, which is why they call themselves the Layen, or children of God. And so in order to, as part of the kinds of worship that they're doing, they talk about their what they call marabouts or sheikhs, or these founding figures. They worship them through song or sikar, body movements, and obviously the study of the Quran. And there was okay. So this is just a shot of Jamalai, which is the main mosque of the Layen, which you can see is this beautiful scenery of literally right next to the ocean, of the Atlantic Ocean, the very furthest western point of the mainland African continent. And you can see, some of everyone is dressed in white, and that is not necessarily just for worship, but it's sort of part of the Layen philosophy of seeing everyone, sort of as equal to one another, and trying to kind of rid the community of things, social hierarchies such as caste or last names are often replaced with the word lie, so people refer to themselves as lie as opposed to their last name, or as kind of a greeting in general. And here you can just see kind of an aerial shot of the community along the coast, in this map of the different neighborhoods of Dakar. You can see, up in north, Cambren, Yoff. Those are sort of the areas in which the community is really housed. And when it first began, when the founder kind of first appeared as this prophetic figure in the late 1800s, there were just small kinds of kind of huts or groupings of homes, as opposed to the urban sprawl that you see here. And so one of the interesting things about the Layen is that they believe that the founder is what is called a Mahdi. And the Mahdi is basically the reincarnation of the Prophet Muhammad. And then his son that you can see in this poster here, Sayyidina Isa Rahulai, he was thought to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, which is quite an interesting point, which I won't quite get into unless you have questions. And this picture is I took in the home of the man you can see here, Mahtar. He lives in Milan, Italy. And so this project has kind of taken sort of a diasporic turn, which I'll just talk about in a minute. And really that happened sort of from within what is this the Dara, which is a Quranic school or a madrasa of this man in the middle in the brown, whose name is Sheikh Bakelai. He has, I think, kind of one of the only women's Quranic schools of the community. And so I was really lucky to be able to, in 2023, 2024, to really kind of embed myself in, doing ethnographic field work with them, fasting with them during Ramadan. He asked me to, in the moment of Ramadan, they were preparing for a day of the Holy Quran where they recite, all the different women who have learning pieces of the Quran, reciting the whole Quran. And then he asked me to kind of also do a piece of that, which was quite interesting. And so from within this school, here you can see again, kind of these women. The main kind of tenets of the school are to learn the Quran, and then also to sing the songs that he himself has written, which in the Sikar, which are kind of worship songs, are very important to this to all the Sufi communities in Senegal, but particularly this one, I think, that has a very different style where women and men are singing together in kind of a dialectic style. I like to, for those in the US, I like to kind of conjure the image of basically gospel music where you have, the preacher who's singing and then there's a call and response from the audience. It's very much like that. And I'll hopefully give you a little taste of that here in a second. But so they're learning both, the Quran on one side, and then they're learning these songs, which many of them probably already knew from, growing up in the community. And here you can see that they have, because as one, and I won't go too much into sort of Ajami itself, but Ajami, basically for the historians in the room will appreciate that, many people, I think, for a long time assumed that kind of oral societies like the Wolof or others, really learned to read and write with the with the arrival of the French or European education, but really back in, since the 10th century, when with the arrival of Islam, people have actually been literate and writing in their local language, whether it be Wolof, Pular, Serer, in a kind of modified Arabic script. And so on the left, you see the kind of the Latin version of Wolof, and then on the right, you have Wolofal, which is the Arabic, the Ajami of Wolof. And so a lot of these songs are really about praising God, they're saying, you are all that the eyes can see and that the eyes cannot see, Zahiru Batinu eres tu. Zahiru Batinu is just a way of, another name for God. And so these are songs, that are really important, that have, important lessons about the Quran, about the Hadith, and then also about the community itself. Here's another photo of the women in the school. This is them, kind of like reciting the Quran with one of the teachers. And hopefully this will play if you can hear it. This is what the sikar sounds like. So here you can see, that they're singing the song, that we see here, and in Wolof, and you can see, that there are the kind of movements going along with it. It's a very sort of jovial kind of prayer, and so that was sort of the start of this project. And as it's evolved, is he has not only does this man Serin Sheikh have his school within the community in Camberen and in Dakar, but also he has a very large, sophisticated kind of network in the diaspora that connects, Lion who are in the diaspora, but also, and he once a year or twice a year goes and visits them, and they have, some kind of celebration. And then he also has, a kind of virtual network of schools, which I'm, kind of for myself happy to say that I'm, as part of the next phase of this project, is sort of doing a documentary about him and about his members of the diaspora, and then also, inserting myself into kind of taking Quranic classes with his network, which means studying the Quran on my own, and then, sending him recitations via WhatsApp or Telegram, and then, him providing feedback. And part of the reason I wanted to do that was just the experience, but also, they were like, you can't have access to this if you don't do it yourself, which is totally fair. And so I'm kind of in that process, and I've, they have the main parts of the diaspora that I'm trying to look at, which is the funding question is always a big one, is, New York City, which I went to an event in October this past year that he attended. The Milan, Italy group that I've started to kind of do research with. There's a lot of Layan in Spain, obviously France, some in Germany, and then the other part that I would really like to do is the Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, because I think there's not enough research kind of being done about intercontinental African migration and what that looks like. So those are kind of the things I'm working on now. And obviously, I'd be happy to kind of expound upon that if there are questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And we will have everybody's presentation, and then we'll take questions at the end if I wasn't clear on that. So thank you very much, and we'll move without further comment from me to our next presenter, Guillermo Navarro Alvarado from the Universidad de Costa Rica.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Glenn, for the invitation to share this space. I'm gonna present more. No, first, let me share my presentation. Okay. So can you see? It's okay?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna present more about some debates that we develop into the cátedra. Well, I am sociologist, but I did my MA and PhD in African Studies at the UFBA, at the Universidade Federal da Bahia in Brazil. And I work in three, my research area are three: Pan-Africanism. Since 2019, I work with African migrants that cross Central America. I did an ethnography about African migrants, and now I'm starting working in a project about displacement and climate change in comparative with Costa Rica and Ghana. Okay, so are my areas. Okay, so I'm gonna talk a little bit more about some debates, specifically in the case of African studies. As Jose Andres present, we have different research areas or research areas that have connections, and part of my presentation is to speak about that connections. Okay, maybe we can define some general elements of the Central American context to develop African studies. Okay, as you present in Kansas, in Costa Rica, the foundation of the Cátedra de Estudios de África al Caribe was in 2013 and was created as in Kansas by the pressure of social movements, Afro-descendant social movements, that pressure to the state to transform his constitution to recognize Afro-descendants as part of the republic, and then to pressure different institutions to create spaces, institutions, etc., about Afro-descendant communities, about multi-ethnicity, ethnic rights, and African studies too. Okay, so that is part of our creation in the University of Costa Rica. Okay. Uh, but the development of African studies in the case of Central America is part of the transformation and critique of the racial ideologies that create historically the nation state in the Central American nation states. For example, in Central America, in general, the mestizaje is one of the racial ideologies that negate historically the existence of Afro-descendants, of Black population, of indigenous population, and particularly in the case of Costa Rica, the ideology of whiteness. Okay, that promote in the 19th century the idea that all the Costa Ricans population is white. Okay, and that Costa Rica doesn't have any kind of indigenous population or Afro-descendant population or a history of relation with Africa or Asia, etc. So that is part of the context. So the other point is that in Central America we have less access to African authors or to discuss African social, political, economic, and scientific theories. That is an apolitical issues because, for example, Costa Rica just have diplomatic relations with two countries of Africa, Kenya and South Africa, and just start to develop diplomatic relation recently in 2000s. So during his more his 118 years of existence as a nation state, as a republic, Costa Rica ignored that development of African states. Okay, so that is an important point. And in Central America, just Guatemala has diplomatic relations, for example, with Morocco, and I think with South Africa too. So we have a different context in the case of Central America. That is an apolitical issues because the politics along the history of Costa Rica, one or create or construct that ignorance about African and create a more important relation with the global north, for example, with Europe and the United States and Canada, etc. Okay, and Latin American too. Uh, Other particular point in the Central American contemporary context is that we experience increasing limited and political authoritarian regimes in the regions, in El Salvador, Nicaragua, in Honduras, etc. We have that political pressure into our institutions, and Costa Rica is a different has a different context, but feel that pressure in the region. Okay, that is important because part of the objectives of the cátedra is to create a kind of hub or a bridge with other researchers in Central America that work or research about Afro-descendants, Afro-Caribbeans, or Africans issues or topics. Okay. So maybe I can point some material conditions of possibility. That points are part of the different debates that we develop in the cátedra, in different symposiums, in different meetings. So we start to talk about how we can create an African studies a space to study Africa, but from Central American conditions. Okay, that is different from North America or Europe, with the material conditions of possibility and epistemological conditions of possibility from Central America. Okay, so the first thing that we recognize is that we have limited access to funds, okay, to develop field work and access to international archives. Okay, that changed because now we have virtual archives or digital archives, etc. But for example, in Costa Rica, we have a tradition to research about Africa, but more focus on slavery, for example. The slaves in Central America in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, okay? But we want to create other topics or other possibilities to research African context. Okay, the second is what I said: a limit diplomatic relation between Central American countries and African countries. For example, one of the main issues when we go or want to do field work in Africa is that we need visa for all African countries. Just South Africa, we don't need visa. So we and all the embassies are or in the United States or in Mexico. Okay, so that create a geopolitical conditions to develop research. Okay, uh, and that is a problem to invite, for example, African scholars to Costa Rica because Costa Rica, because every African scholars and every country in Africa needs visa to come to Costa Rica, and they have to do the process, for example, in France or in France or in Spain, for example. So that is a big problem in the case to create bridges of African scholars into Costa Rica. The third element is one element that you talk is the language. Okay, in Spanish, as the colleagues of Mexico know, we have a limit translation of African authors into Spanish. Okay, some canonical books, for example, books about, from to Valentin Mundimbi or others canonical authors, we don't have in Spanish. So that is a problem to create access to our students to that knowledge. Okay, we said that is a kind of the production of a kind of segregation of knowledge in Spanish language. Okay, historically, the universities focus in Europe, in the global north to translate, but don't work in that 50% of the world or more than 50% of the world that is Asia or Africa. Okay. The other problem that we have identified in the case of our university and in the case of in the camp of epistemological knowledge is that we have to work with an Eurocentric structure of social division of the possibility of cognition of the world. Okay, one of the main topics that we talk in the cátedra is that, for example, we don't want to create a kind of uh, segregate area of African studies. We push to create or to introduce, for example, African knowledge in different disciplines. For example, in sociology, in history, as Jose Andres said, or in psychology. So we work to create that bridges in the disciplinary way, not just to think Africa as you said, as an object, but to create that introduction of the production of knowledge of Africa into our disciplines. Okay. Uh, and the last element is the weak internationalizations of the Central Americans institutions, university institutions. Okay, as Jose Andres said, for example, Costa Rica just assigned the first agreement with an African university in 2025, or yes, in 2025. Okay, have a lot of agreement with the global north, with Asia. We have an increase of agreement with China, with Japan, with Korea, and we have programs orientated to China, to Japan, to Korea, etc. But we don't have any agreement just in 2025 to Senegal, to the University of Sheikh Anta Diop. Okay. So now I'm gonna talk a little bit more about some elements of reconfiguring African studies in Central America. Okay. Uh, the first element is that the departments of African studies in Latin America, that is a kind of answer to the question of Professor Akiko, were not born from the imperial, colonial, or geopolitical expansion of nations, as in Europe or in the global north in general. They're born from the pressure and agency of the Afro-descendants of the population that push the public universities to create those departments. For example, in Brazil, that is an important case. In 1980s, Brazil just have two different departments of African studies. One in the Universidade Federal da Bahia, na Bahia, Salvador, and the other in the USP, Universidade de São Paulo. Okay. Now in Brazil, you have 34 different, not just departments, but programs or laboratories that work with Africans or that work about African studies. Okay. That was because the Black movement in Brazil pushed to create those departments. Okay. So that is maybe we can say that more organic and democratic issues in the state, in the Latin American states, okay, and in Costa Rica too, okay. So that pushed the idea that in for the creation of African studies in Central America, we don't want to reproduce what Mundibis called the Africagnosis. We have to create a research area that overcome the logic of colonial translation of the world. And that is a big issue and a big problem to think, okay? Uh, Other element is that in Costa Rica, particularly, and in Central America, Another point important is that the Central American nations, since the end of 19th century, start to neglect the Caribbean presence and the existence of the Caribbean region. Okay, so one of the point that we discuss in the creation of African studies is that in the Caribbean we have a lot of production about Africa. One example is Walter Rodney Howe, Europe, underdeveloped Africa, that have a big and important influence in the development of the colonial movement in Africa, for example. So one of the points to rethink that overcome of the logic of colonial translations is to recover the Afro-Caribbean productions about African, or to discuss the African in in epistemological line. Okay, so that one of the points in a research is to rethink the Caribbean as a counter gnosis. Okay, and to start to introduce the production of Afro-Caribbean scholars of Africa into the debates of Africa in the University of Costa Rica. The other point that we discuss is that we have the binarism fiction produced from colonial anthropology and reproduced by any ethnocentric political science in the way that promotes some concepts like tribes, etc. So we have to work with that conditions to critique those epistemological conditions. And obviously, we have an Eurocentric structure that is reproduced in the Central American universities. Okay, uh, w- w- I said that, for example, in the case of Latin America, we have that process to create a kind of taxonomy of thinking. You know, when we study, for example, the colonial movement, we study, for example, some authors like Kwame Nkrumah, and we start to say that Nkrumah go to the U.S. and learn, for example, the democratic condition, the Pan-Africanism, etc. That is a kind of taxonomy of ideas. We want to study the terms of the colonial, of the African thinking in the African terms, not in that taxonomy genealogy that mark the African studies, historically the African studies. Okay. Some ideas for the establishment of a cooperative relationship with African universities and centers. One is a comparison that can be direct and to lesser extent mediated by the global north. That is an important issue. Is hard to create that issues, but we want to create that process. Okay, in the terms of social cooperation, etc. To strengthen the articulation of research, disciplines, and scientific approaches in an inter and transdisciplinary perspective, not compartmentalize the African studies. That is a other important element. To build joint critical epistemological reflection, creating spaces with Africans scholars participating in those spaces, etc. Internationalized teaching and research toward research in the global perspective. That is another point that we push in the reconfiguration of disciplines, not just in African studies program, and generate a stable flows and dynamics of exchange between various African contexts. Okay, so that is some of the important elements that I think is important to think in institutional terms. Now I'm going to talk a little bit more about research agenda that are produced from or debates in the cátedra. Well, one of the classical traditions of research in Central America is to study the African constitution of Central American history. We have important traditions to study how a slave reconfigured the society, the colonial society in Central America, and that process of enslavement create forms of circulation of resistance, ideas, objects that create the base of the nation states in Central America. So we work in that line, for example. The second is what I said, the knowledge production, or analyze the knowledge production between the Caribbean and various African regions. For example, in Costa Rica, we have identified in our case that some African scholars of African leaders came to Costa Rica in 1940s, 1950s, participate in Congress, and that is like a new history that we want to explore. Okay. Third, the popularization of African knowledge production that passed forth to the translations of canonical books, or the translation of African scholars into Spanish. That is an important topic. For example, in Spanish, as you know, we don't have all the collection of African history of UNESCO translated to Spanish. We just have 4 volumes translated to Spanish, and was translated in Spain, for example, not in Latin America. Okay, so that is an important topic. For the creation of spaces and ages of from South-South exchange between Latin America, Central American, and African Center of Knowledge of Production. And 5, the presence to study the presence, circulation, and importance of African in contemporary world. Okay, because in Central American nation state imaginary, the idea of Africa is freezing in the idea that is just historical, okay, not contemporary. For example, I have two data about my research about African migrants. From 2010 to 2023, we experienced the transit of more than 35 nationalities into Central America to get to the US, and that have a big impact in different communities, in cities, because those migrants inhabiting camps, inhabiting communities, so that created a transformation of the Costa Rican landscape. Okay, that is another picture of the transit of those nationalities, and you can see that almost all the nationalities cross Central America in this period to get to the US. So that is an example of how contemporary is Africa in Central America. We have economic issues, political issues, but that is an proof that how we have to develop knowledge and participate to co-create knowledge about African and introduce African in the university and education curriculum in Costa Rica and in Central America, for example. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was very interesting, and I can see a lot of resonance, I think, with the way we're also trying to think about the project from this space. So I'll be very interested to talk to you in the weeks and months to come. But let us move now to our next presentation. Again, without me saying very much, our next speaker will be Jose Luis Gasquez from UNAM.
Yeah, thank you very much, Glenn. Good morning to everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much, Luciano, also, and Glenn, for the organization of this symposium. I hope this is the first of many that will come in the future. And I didn't prepare the slides from a PowerPoint presentation, and I would like to recover some points that Guillermo was talking about, and also in the last panel. And at the end of my presentation, I would also like to connect with all the themes and subjects that Emily was talking about migrants and Senegalese studies, because as she said, I am also acquainted with this subject. It has been my area of research since 2010, a little bit less I have been working with Sufi transnational networks, Senegalese religious transnational networks since 15 years now. But since I moved back to Mexico, I have been forced to delve myself more into epistemological issues surrounding the study, the teaching, and the researching of Africa from Mexico, especially from UNAM, from where I work. I am professor at the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, and I divided my presentation into three moments. I want to talk first about the past of African studies in Mexico, then some highlight some current situations going around nowadays, and finally, I would like to end by proposing some points in the same way as Guillermo did several moments ago. So I would like to start my presentation highlighting a situation that is very different from the one that Glenn portrayed us at the beginning of the symposium. I think the situation in the US was completely different than in Mexico. There was no students in Mexico searching for having African studies developed in this country. The initiative came from professors instead, and there were not a lot of professors. I would like to start this timeline in the year of 1964, like Jose Antonio told us also. It was the year when the Center of African and Asian Studies at Colmex was founded. And I think it was the first institutional initiative to engage in the study of Africa. He has talked already about all the accomplishments of these centers. Sorry, I'm not going to go back to that. But beside this center, there was nothing. There was nothing else dealing with African studies in any other university. It contrasts also a lot because at the same time, since the second half of the 20th century, there has been a lot of development in the Afro-descendancy studies here in Mexico, the Afro-Mexican studies. Here I have to mention the work of Gonzalo Aguirre Beltrán. He's a pioneer in the work of Afro-descendancy here in Mexico, and his book titled the Black Population in Mexico appeared in 1947. It's a cornerstone to all the research that have been going on since then. But it was like very little production and very little participation in a context where there was no interest for African studies. There were other professors whose work was very important. I have to mention also Selma Agüero of the Colmex institution as well. She was an Argentinian historian and philosopher. And since the 1960s, 1970s that she moved to Mexico, she started also doing research in Africa about Wall of Peasants in Senegal. So you can see since then there is an interest in these subjects of contemporary issues about Africa, but there were no professors to teach about. Another professor that's worth mentioning is Fabien Adonon from Benin Republic. He established in Mexico City, and he worked a lot of time, all his life, his professional life at the UNAM, at the same faculty I work now. And he was the only the only one for decades to hold this position of African studies. And then he retired, and I occupy that position nowadays, but they have not created another position. So it's one of the constraining features of African studies in Mexico, is that there are very little full-time positions of professor, researchers, teachers doing African studies. The experience of this professor was they were not from African studies, from the discipline. They came from other backgrounds, but their main interest was Africa. So if I should summarize the past of Mexico's experience in African studies, I should cite the work of these three researchers, Selma Agüero, Fabiana Donon, and Gonzalo Aguirre Beltrán. Fabiana Donon is also, his work is very important because since the 90s, he started promoting another vision of Africa. He highlighted the need to think Africa otherwise, no, alternatively as the dominant paradigms in social sciences, and he published a three-volume book called The Introduction to the Other Africa. And well, it was a very important book to appear in the field, especially in Mexico, where we were used to don't knowing anything really about Africa. The little thing we knew about was all the biased, stereotyped view that came from Eurocentric paradigm. So it's very important in that sense, but this effort didn't go beyond the individual effort of these professors and researchers. So now I move to the current situation. I will speak of the present, starting from the year 2000, no, the last decades of the last century and the beginning of this, because there's a new generation of teachers and students and researchers doing work about Africa, but not research with Africa, no, or from Africa. There has been a development, yes, in the number of people interested and the number of teachers engaged in African studies, but we haven't been able to move beyond this view of studies about Africa. We have not moved beyond through another conception of the continent. And there is also the fact that there had been a arrival of African students, since the late 90s that studied and graduated from Mexican universities. Like UNAM and Colmex, but also in other universities. They were not graduated in African studies, but in other disciplines in universities at Puebla, at San Luis Potosí, Zacatecas. There is a new generation of African students that become teachers, no, through their experience in Mexico. And there's also another generation of Mexican teachers and people from all the world, like Emily, that are developing African studies in Mexico since the last decade. I would like to highlight also the fact Jose Antonio, I think he has already talked about is the Colmex is the only institution that offers a postgraduate program in African studies in the country. It's very important what has been done since then, since 2017 with of studies of Africa and Asia. Now the program that includes Oceania that Dr. Giron talked about in the previous panel. And we in this program there has been a diploma that has been going on for almost 8 years about the study of Africa, but I would like to highlight the fact that this diploma was approved as a way of earning a bachelor degree in international relations and similar disciplines. So if you engage in this diploma, you can actually earn your bachelor degree studying Africa and become a graduate student of international relations. And this is not a minor thing, no? Taking into consideration what I already told about the biased character of social sciences. We organize also a yearly colloquium where we try to gather speakers from all the world and especially from Africa, but we have also the same problems that Guillermo was talking about, the funding issues. No, and I think the situation is also evolving to a growing interest in African themes and subjects because, as someone before me also highlighted, there has been an increase, a very noticeable increase in African mobility towards the Americas in the last years, and I conceive the Americas in the large sense, not in the narrow sense of Trump, no. But I think that that this increase, as I come also from the migratory studies field, this increase of African presence nowadays in the continent is due in many ways to the political situation in Europe, where there has been an evolution of migratory policies that have forced African migrants to take different routes, different migratory routes, and to start arriving more and more to this part of the world as a result of this policy of migration by the European Union. The migratory policy here in the Americas is now very different. It's not very different, as you know, no? With the new Trump administration, it's more obvious. But I think this is we are at a critical juncture where these African populations that are arriving to the continent are not only connecting us with the issues going on between relationships, for example, between Europe and Africa, but they are connecting also these new African migrants that are arriving to this continent with their history, no, with older diasporas, those that were the result of the slavery period. I would like to I don't know if you have seen this film. Little Senegal portrays this situation quite well. No, which is the relationship between the older and the newer diasporas. So now moving to the future, what are the ways or some of the ways for overcoming this constraining environment and promoting, boosting the development of African studies in Mexico and Latin America? Well, first of all, I think we have to strengthen collaboration, as other speakers have told, between centers, between programs, between networks. We have to foster the students and teachers and research exchange programs, so that we are able to build bridges not only between northern and southern universities, but also in doing that, increasing our relations between regions. I think also that these networks should mix themselves. Networks should not be recognized as global, as north-south or South-South, but also mixing the members of these networks. We have to fight also against the neglection of African and Asian teams in social sciences. As we all know, the dominant paradigms have produced these marginalized visions of Africa and their societies. So above all, I think that we have to make a radical shift in the way we study Africa. We have precisely to move from doing research and studying and teaching Africa, doing research about Africa, to try to do more research with Africa and Africans, as the University of Beirut is doing now, as this project of African Multiple, where the University of Costa Rica is part of the cluster, as I see. I think it's a very important issue to start developing ways to integrate more African students and teachers, and to doing the work with them from their own perspectives. So we have to also promote the other ways of doing social science that are not mediated by dominant paradigms about these continents, about these regions. We have to foster the recovery of endogenous epistemologies and other visions of doing and producing knowledge, moving away from these narrow visions of Eurocentric approaches. And with this, I move to the final part of my presentation. I would like to introduce the notion of convivial scholarship. I don't know if you are acquainted with it, but it's a way to establish dialogues between these dominant paradigms in social science and emerging alternative paradigms. I'm not saying that postcolonial approaches or decolonial thinking is not important. It's very important that these fields of inquiry continue to progress. But I think they have to dialogue more with dominant approaches, not only criticize them and showing how they hinder the development of knowledge, but engaging in a dialogue with these dominant approaches, and also try to foster what was also said before me, all the opportunities we have through the digital environment for boosting also our collaboration between all the institutions. I will stop there, and I will look forward for engaging in more debate in the quick Q&A period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move very quickly to our final speaker in this session, who is our colleague here at the University of Kansas, Alexis Troyot.
Let me just share the presentation. Can you see it? Okay, perfect. So hi, thank you all for being there, and thank you for the talk that preceded, and thank you also for the first session. It's very interesting to hear so much about different centers and initiatives that are going on with Africa and with Asia. I am currently in African University myself. I'm in Morocco in a Center for African Studies that is itself quite an interesting space in that Morocco is following the tradition of French academia that doesn't have African studies as such as a discipline. And the center is trying to navigate creating essentially the field in the country. So it's an interesting place to be. Now, I am an historian of science, more specifically of mathematics, and what I do in general is that I work on a manuscript from West Africa, written in the 19th century, excuse me, in Arabic, that have to do with calculations. But for today, I want to talk about something a bit different. And I'm going to explore a very specific and rather peculiar intellectual in the 1960s in the United States came to think of issues on the global scale through his study of Africa. So to start, we're going to do to take a little detour. Can I move my slideshow? Oop. Sorry, I don't know. Ah, now it's working. Excuse me, give me a second. Okay, I'll do it this way. So, in 1973, a Polish-American high school teacher in math called Claudia Zaslavsky published Africa Counts Number and Patterns in African Cultures. It was one of the first mainstream monographs to focus on mathematics in Africa. And as you might not have heard of this book ever, but it was a bestseller when it came out. It got a massive reception. It saw two reprints. It was translated into multiple language. It was promoted by the NAACP in the US. And it became something that was very much one of the table books and one of the books that people that were supportive of the civil rights in the US talked about. So Zasavsky was propelled to as much stardom as you can ever acquire by writing a book on mathematics. And she made no mystery of who her inspiration were. In particular, she made no mystery that her writing were very, very much influenced by a text called Science in Africa, that was the work of a young imprisoned African-American man, Frank E. Chapman Jr., and that has never been published. And at the end of her book, after introducing him as a prisoner in a state penitentiary, she reserves some space for him to publish a short autobiography where he states that he is currently in prison for murder in Jefferson City, Missouri, and then writes, I was determined to know everything the human race had done, as well as everything it is doing. In 1964, I decided to write a book demonstrating the scientific contribution of African people to mankind. In June 1964, I wrote a brief synopsis of my ideas and submitted it in the form of an article to the editors of Freedom Way magazine. The article got accepted by Parisian magazine entitled Présence africaine. To tell the truth, my story is the story of millions, and one black brother has appropriately called us the wretched of the earth. So the first time I came across this quote, I was doing my master's study, and I thought it was one of the most interesting quotes I had ever read. First, there is the fact that writing an history book from prison seems like a completely impossible task. Second, there is very casually mentioned, name drops, like two of the most important Pan-African publications at the time. Freedom Way magazine, that is a very famous Pan-African publication in the US, and Présence africaine, that is possibly the most famous Pan-African publication in the world. And that was based in Paris at the time. And these two connect different thinkers of the African diaspora, for example, not limited to Cheikh Anta Diop, Aimé Césaire, and Frantz Fanon, of course. And speaking of Frantz Fanon, the last thing that is interesting is this reference to the wretched of the earth and the fact that Fanon is part, for Chapman, of the same brotherhood of the wretched that he is himself of. So what is going on here? Who is this person? What is science in Africa? So Frank Chapman is an African-American man. He is still alive and live now in Chicago. He was born in 1942 in St. Louis, Missouri. From his father was a jazz musician that turned to crime to fuel a drug addiction. And in his teenage year, Frank Chapman alternated between being in different schools, where he was seen as a very bright kid, and being sent to different correctional facilities or mental institutions in some cases, because he broke the law and committed increasingly serious crimes. Um, as he describes it, the lure of life on the street was always there for him, in part because that's where a lot of his friends were, and also in part because he admired his father and wanted to be part of the same world as him. Be that as it may, in November 1961, he avoids the death penalty for a murder and is instead sentenced to life and 50 years in prison. At the time, he is 19. As he feels the need to get a grasp on possible legal representation, he starts studying to understand the law books that are available to him in the prison library. In 1962, he gets his GED and becomes some kind of a teaching assistant in the prison. He then becomes interested in Black history under the demands of prisoners from Nation of Islam that wants to have a teacher that can teach them about that. And meanwhile, as he is gifted and interested in physics, he becomes especially interested in teaching science and around 1964 starts working on science and Africa. Now, in 1965, he finally starts teaching the class on Black history that has been requested from him. But by that point, he has become a Marxist, and so the class has a slightly Marxist inclination. And we're in the US in 65, so you can imagine that it doesn't really go over well with the prison authorities. As a result, he is beat up by the guards, and all of his books and all of his notes, including the manuscripts for Science in Africa, are confiscated. So luckily, he has time to, he sends prior to that a copy to a publisher who, though they did not publish it, conserved it. So by accessing the archives, I was able to find the manuscripts, and that's what my work is based on. I'm currently working on an edition of the full text. 1972, he starts to attend college. He graduates in 75, and in 76, he is paroled. And of course, the backdrop to all of this is the fight for civil rights that is going on in the US with the Civil Rights Act of July 2, 1964. And his writing is very much, even when he's writing about science in Africa, is very much to be situated in the context of these political fights raging on the status of Black people in the United States. So when he starts writing and working on science in Africa, his focus is squarely on the fate of Black people in the US and, predictably, on Africa. However, the final product ended up, while still looking at the world through Africa, taking on a more global lens and global inspiration. I can give you one first example. These are the very, very first line, actually, of the text in the prologue. As I sit and write, the world is in upheaval. In the White District of Los Angeles, the chief of police avows that the masses have no leader. And meanwhile, they all faintly cry the plunder of South Vietnam. So again, these are the first line of the text. And we'll already see that Chapman links what is going on in Los Angeles at the time with the Watts riots that are in response to police brutality and housing segregation in Los Angeles. So something that is quite local and current to him. To something that the US is doing on the global scale. So he starts with the African Americans and he ends up with a more global perspective. The reason for that is that in the process of writing his text, Chapman from prison becomes a communist. There is something kind of interesting in him is that Black studies did not make him a communist, but history of science did. So how did this tragic case of prison radicalization happens? So the first thing is that he was in prison with a number of communists, mostly white communists, in the early 60s as part of crackdown on unions. A lot of union members ended up being imprisoned. Chapman became close to some of them, and through them was actually introduced to some Black publications, including Freedom Ways that circulated within the prison. And the more decisive factor, and one that convinced him to actually read Marx, was that a lot of the historian of science that he was reading were communists. So here I give you three examples. First is Bernhard Stern, that was an anthropologist, but is considered one of the first writers of history and science in the US. Second is Jean Desmond Bernard, who is the father of Martin Bernard, who would write Black Athena, but wrote a book that is called The Social Function of Science that Chapman uses a lot in writing science in Africa. And the last example is Dirk Strick, who was a mathematics professor at MIT and who wrote several articles on Marxism and history of science, and in fact published a revised edition of the Communist Manifesto in the US. And to this, of course, you have to add Black authors that were either socialist or communist. He reads Du Bois quite a lot. Freedom Way is a very socialist, if not communist publication. So you also get other influence, but the way he describes it is that history of science is what convinced him that he had to read Marx and kind of become a communist himself. To obtain these books, he had to kind of circumvent the prison authorities. It was not possible for him to have the book entered legally in the prison. For example, Dirk Strick is someone that was actually sent in front of the an American activity committees and was indicted in 53 for conspiracy. So it was absolutely not possible for him to request one of his books to be sent in the prison. He did request some book. I have proof of that in the archives, but there are books from authors that are a bit less incendiary, let's say. However, he was part of a program of a pilot program to bring education to the prisoners, and one of his teacher, a black man called Nathaniel Berger, that was studying at Lincoln University at the time to get his master's degree in education, was the one that smuggled the books that Chapman wanted in to the prison. So that's the first reason why he's thinking about things globally, right? He is a communist, he gets converted to history of science, and he managed to get these books. There is a second reason that is from quite a different angle, and it has to do with is the first quote that I showed you when he talks about the wretched of the earth. And it is that he is a reader of Fanon. So Fanon is a French author from the Caribbean that then studied medicine in France and ended his life in Algeria fighting for independence. So it's hard to think of a more global African or like at least part of the African diaspora thinker than Frantz Fanon. And so when Chapman think and write about his goals for the book, he is explicit in that he's following Fanon in a very existentialist way of looking at the way knowledge should be used. So he writes, for example, we want to understand the world so we can change the world. We want, because circumstances compel, the black man to reevaluate his relation to the cosmos and his relation to his fellow man. So we have two goals. One has to do with the place of black subjects in the cosmic order. And again, he's a communist, so he's not talking about any form of religious order when he's talking about cosmic order. But one that is more about interacting with the world at large in a very material sense, and one that has to do with interaction with his fellow men. And later, he has another longer quote, or he asks, why are we here in the world, I mean, and what is our excuse for existing? And then he addresses the people that are at the top of the social hierarchy and add, my hungry hands reach out for man-made science. My poverty-stricken hearts moan for man-made religion's consolation. And my impoverished understanding turns to man-made philosophy. But it's all too high, my brown, black, and yellow brother. Too high to even hear us yell, to hear a cry. So I find this quote to be very interesting, and it's a way to create some kind of some form of racial brotherhood of you would say today people of color, right? And I find it quite touching because when Chapman is making this plea with the people in power, essentially, what he's asking essentially, and this is informed by his reading of Fanon, is for a recognition of humanity, his own and that of everyone in this community, so black, brown, yellow brothers, right? So what he's arguing is essentially that in this context, science, technology, and our relation to it is de facto what marks us as human and distinguish who is human and who is not. We might not think of it as such, but it is what is happening. And in this use of technology, in this making of science, Africa and its diaspora have very little part. And so what Chapman then say in Science in Africa is that they can claim an history with it. But to me, and in the context of this conference, what's that invite me to think about is the places in which knowledge can be produced, and not literally the place where we write and where we discuss, but also what creating knowledge from a place that is not the United States or France or or a place that is recognized as having a strong academic tradition can mean. What does it mean to create knowledge from an African Studies Center in Morocco, for example, or Costa Rica? Yeah, and I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexi. So I think we can go until about 12:30. That will give us 30 minutes or so for lunch or for a break. So let me invite the audience now to generate some questions or responses. We'll take some and then we'll ask the speakers to respond. Does anyone have a question or contribution? I mean, maybe I will just ask, I'll put something on the table and while people are thinking, the thing I'll put on the table is to ask the presenters to think about the collection of presentations and what they would draw from the collection of presentations for our topic. How do they see the different presentations, the points of contact or the points, if there are points of difference, what those might be. So that's one contribution. Are there more contributions or questions? Megan, please.
I guess I would ask, this is probably a pretty obvious question, but how networks was something, something that was being discussed here, and we constitute a network. So how can this network facilitate sharing of knowledge or advancement of various goals?
Yeah, and what are the hopes for this network? I mean, how can we, and what is the vision or hope for the network?
I can give a short answer to that. I think that what brings us here together is not only the regions that we study, but the perspective we are trying to develop. We are trying to move away from dominant and stereotyped visions of the Asian and African continent, and we are trying to develop a perspective from our own regions that can dialogue, that can foster dialogue between the other regions, like in the final analysis fostering these global south perspectives. I'm not very sure that the global south is going to be the magical concept or umbrella concept or the perspective that will bring us together, but it's a way to speak and to move away from classical thinking and dominant theories.
I can also throw a comment question. The US has a significant Afro-descendant population. So does Brazil, where I am originally from. And I noticed in some of the presentations. Well, I lived in Mexico for some time, and the DF was difficult to see somebody identified as a black person. I know there are the Costa Chica, Veracruz, there are areas in which there is a more prominent. And when I think of Costa Rica, I also, the Afro is not what comes to mind right away. The indigenous is so prevalent, so strong. Um, so there is the part of the research that's being done that is in about Africa itself, and there is part of the research that is about recognizing the African elements or the Afro diasporic presence, influence, heritage. How is it that you guys in Latin America are balancing both perspectives?
Thank you for the questions. First, I want to answer the question of Glenn. I think it was Glenn that asked. I think that is important to create new bridges, particularly in the global context now, that is a more authoritarian and austerity context, you know. And I think it's an opportunity to create a space of connections, okay, to recreate the African studies. Construction in a more equitative debate from the south, north, etc. And we know that those categories are contradictory too. To say the global south or the global north is a contradictory, and the contemporary landscape and contemporary world uh, shows differences and exceptions from those concepts. So I think it is important to create those spaces in the context of austerity. About how we deal with the Afro-descendants and the equilibrium between African and Afro-descendants topics, I think that in the case of Costa Rica and in other cases in Latin America, we have to rethink the African studies from the heritage of Afro-descendants constitutions. Okay, why? Because it's part of the politics of the university in Latin America. The Afro-descendant population pushed to create the African Studies program. Okay, so they want to know what is Africa. They want to know what is Africa, not from the colonial perspective that created classical African studies. Okay, but from more organic and social relations. So that is part of the epistemological perspective. We have to develop studies about Afro-descendant, but we have to develop studies about African to create that knowledge of Africa from other perspective. Okay, so that is an important, it's a more epistemological issues. How we can create an African studies, but from those critics from Afro-descendant perspective. Okay, that is an important topic in the case of African studies. That I think that Brazil is in a case that have a vibrant atmosphere about the presence of Afro-descendants in the university, how they want to know the conditions of the history of African history, etc. So that is an important, and I'm so glad and happy to listen the presentation of Jose Luis, the presentations of all the colleagues that present here, Emily. It's part of the state of African studies in Latin America. We are doing African studies now in Latin America, and I think that we have to be part of the debates and of the development of those space in that geography of inequality and of on recognition that was developed in the 20th century. So I think that is part of the answer. Thank you.
So yeah, Emily and then Jose Luis. And while they're speaking, I'm going to put some things in the chat, some events of the Kansas African Studies Center. Emily, please.
Yeah, just to kind of add on to what Guillermo was talking about. I mean, I think right now in Mexico, we just had a meeting in the center about, the kind of newer politics of education and, Secretary of Education in Mexico wanting us to, one of their objectives is to really focus on Mexico, and think about, and therefore asking us to sort of prove, not, I don't want to say prove, but just sort of, speak to this question of how does our research and how does our center matter to, Mexican politics, Mexican national identity and education. And so I think certainly there's, a big push for very good reasons to study, Afro descendancy in Mexico. We've been slow, I think, in Colmex to really kind of embrace that. We don't really have anybody that in the center, at least, that works on that. And I think it means, working with other centers within Colmex, other institutions. I think that's a space for collaboration. But then also thinking about, not just descendancy, but, Africans here now, and I think as Guillermo was saying, kind of pointing to the numbers, there has been a really huge influx of African migrants into Mexico City. I mean, the numbers are pretty interesting. And given the politics of, the US really shutting off, asylum possibilities, where are those people going to go? They've started to come through Southern, Central, and America and Mexico because they can't get to Europe as easily, which is the, kind of geographical choice. And so now they can't really get to the US legally, so to speak. And I don't know that they would want to risk, with what's going on there, to try and go in illegally. So a lot of them are kind of staying here or in other places. And so I think that's something that really should be explored more. And that so finding, I think one of the things that maybe this space can teach us and can be fruitful in terms is how are, how are those of you in the cátedra in Costa Rica, and how are others, responding to this kind of push by, kind of somewhat nationalist politics in the academic space to speak to that? How are we translating what we're doing And it's important, and even now in the US too, you know, with the push against DEI and everything. How are we translating what we do to make sense and be important, even though we already know that it does? How are we though, like, developing new language to get funding and create new collaborations and make ourselves you know, just as valuable to those politics as, you know, as they have been, but in the kind of new space. So that's what I would add.
Jose Luis.
Yes, very quickly, before we go to have some lunch, responding to your question about the question of Luciano about Afrodescendancy, I think that both the new African migrants and the Afro-descendants, at least here in Mexico, they're gaining a statistical visibility. So what's the importance of that? When I was making my presentation, I am referring to the past and saying that there was no interest from the part of students. I have to precise that there's also the fight for the push for the Afro-descendant studies, the agenda for researching the Afro-descendants, that it's very strong and has been very, very strong. So I should add also that since 2020, I think there has been a constitutional recognition here in Mexico of the population that voluntarily ascribes to this category of Afrodescendancy, and the census showed that at almost 1.3% of the population of Mexico ascribed voluntarily to this category. And we are talking here about more than 1 million, almost 1.5 million Mexicans that identify voluntarily with this category. So I think it's a theme that it's gaining relevance, not only in the individual countries where there are these diasporas, as when Jose Andres was presenting also the engagement of the University of Costa Rica with other partners, he talk about this partnership with the Bayreuth University, where they are they are looking forward for developing Afro-descendant studies in these regions. So interest is coming not only from the countries, but also from other regions. That was all. Thank you very much.
So I think we'll give Alexi an opportunity to respond, and that will be the end of our session and break for lunch.
Yeah, I mean, on your question on what I see as, you know, gathering all the presentation, I think to me, I will come back to the importance of place in the way knowledge is disseminated, in the way knowledge is consumed. Depending on where you are, I think it can look very different, whether it's Dakar, represented in the US, Costa Rica. And the second thing is on this question of the importance of African studies. And to me, and I don't know if it is something that is necessarily remarkable, but and speaking strictly from my point of view as an historian, there is this contention that, you know, Africa is a continent of orality. And there's a very, very strong strand in African history of focusing on orality. And even people like me that work almost exclusively on manuscripts also have the backup, let's say, of oral histories. But the contention that the continent is only about orality is, on the face of it, just as absurd as the idea that Europe is about literacy. That should be obvious because we're having a seminar right now. If we want to, you know, write an history of this particular moment, we have to do some oral history. And so I really think that when I read most history books that are not about Africa, for me, there is something missing. And a lot of time I find myself thinking, how is this person had engaged with African studies and was aware of some of the methods that have been developed by African studies, this book would actually probably be a lot better. So I think that there are some methods that are specific to African studies right now out of prejudice, frankly, that actually would gain to be spread out a bit more evenly in academia in general.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your contributions. I want to, applaud your participation and the contribution you've made for all of us. We are going to break now for some time. I want to suggest that maybe we were scheduled to return at 1 p.m., 13 hours, but maybe we can say 15 minutes past the hour. That will give people some extra opportunity for a small break. Is that okay, or should we stick to the schedule? Any strong opinion? Luciano, do you have an opinion? Okay, so maybe we'll say 15 minutes past. Yeah, so 1:15, 13:15, we will resume. We'll keep the meeting going, of course. Please have a look in the chat. That will give you some sense for our events that are coming up in the Kansas African Studies Center. Please feel free to do the same for your own centers if you have a list of events you want to advertise. And of course, we will send this throughout the network as well. So you have the particular links and the particular dates in a more formal format. Okay, thank you. I'll see you in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, now stick around in case people come at 1, so I'll tell them.
Okay.
Hey Jack,
Hey, Luciano.
how are you?
Good, good. How's the
So
conference
we
going so far?
yeah, it's been great. We are running a little late, so we start at 1:15, if that's okay.
Oh, okay, sure. Um, I'll uh I'll just be here at my desk. Um, I'm able to share slides later, right?
I think so. Do you want to try now?
Sure. Yeah, let me give that a try. View slideshow. Okay. Right. Is that
Perfect.
working?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Excellent.
Um, I'll just be waiting here until you guys resume. Thanks.
Perfect.
Okay, I think I'm on. Um, so welcome everybody. Welcome back from I hope everyone got a little bit of something to eat to keep the energy up. Um, and for anyone, I'm not sure if there's anyone here who's maybe there are a couple who are new from this morning. I'm Megan Green, and I'm in the Department of History at the University of Kansas. And I'm also Associate Vice Provost for Global and International Engagement, or International and Global Engagement. There. So without further ado, I am gonna just do like as who was introducing Glenn did in the last panel. I'm just gonna give people's name and affiliation and then send you off on your way. And I think we've got about 15 minutes for each presentation and a little bit of time for discussion at the end. So if let's see, our first speaker is Jacobo Silva from UNAM.
That's me. I'm here. Hello. Okay, let's get started. Great. I'm gonna share my presentation, and I think it's visible. Okay, great. Is it visible?
Not yet, Jacobo. Yeah,
It
it's
is
okay.
now.
Great. Great, great. Anyway, let's get started. This is the workshop seminar, Global African Asian Studies, Perspective Across the Americas, and this is a session 3, Research from on Global Asia. Okay, I am a teacher, a professor, and a researcher at the National Autonomous University of Mexico at the Political and Social Sciences School. This is important because I'm going to share with you a few of my thoughts and some analysis I have been doing about my experience studying and researching on Asia from Mexico. That's because the title of my presentation, India from Mexico, Challenges and Opportunities. And I think you will find some similarities with the experiences of other scholars in Mexico and I think around the world. Anyway, this is the context. It's not so much, it's just 3 questions. Mexican perception of India, what is happening out the classroom, because I think it's important as a teacher to let you know what I have been observing, and challenges and opportunities, because I think we are facing a lot of challenges, but from these challenges we can find some opportunities, and we'll talk about it. First of all, the Mexican perception of India. You can see 3 names. I know all of them are men. I will explain it. In the Mexican imaginary, the post-revolutionary imaginary of Mexico about India, we have to talk about, of course, Jose Vasconcelos, the former Secretary of Education and one of the most important pillars of the Mexican identity. He was a politician who actually helped build the Mexican identity, the post-revolutionary Mexican identity. And actually, he wrote a book, Hindustanic Studies, in 1918. That's the reason it's important. He was an intellectual, and actually, he tried to be president of Mexico, but he failed. And I'm not an expert on history, though. He was having some communications with Adolf Hitler also, but that's gossip. That's another story. Let's move on. The next name is Emilio Portes Gil. He was a former Mexican president, and the important thing, he was a former Mexican ambassador in India, and he wrote a book, Diplomatic Mission in India, How a Great Nation Raises, from 1953. I think this is important because he's got some analysis, and he's actually kind of building a narrative about India from Mexico. The third name, I think, is very well known, Octavio Paz, Nobel laureate. And he wrote this book, Glimpses of India, in 1995, because actually he was a former Mexican ambassador in India as well. And in this book, we can have some thoughts from Octavio Paz and actually his experience during those years. And I mean, it's very important because during the 60s, he was ambassador, and the 60s of the last century was a very interesting decade. Anyway, why I'm talking about these men? Because they help, as I've told you, build or construct this image of India in Mexico. From an intellectual point of view, it's true, not a really, we can say, academic work, but more a literature or more like a witness. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, this is important because I know my colleagues from Colegio de México will tell me what about Marta de la Lama and my director from the University Program of Studies in Asia, African, and Oceanian Studies will tell me what about Marta de la Lama. Marta de la Lama's work in India is very important, but I think her work is more um, academic and actually not that well known from the rest of the Mexican population. In the case of Octavio Paz, of course, he is very famous in Mexico and maybe because of it. But move on. Main ideas. Recently, I have to tell you, if you talk about India in Mexico and with young people and not very young people, the main or the first idea that actually comes up is poverty. If you talk about India, because of the media, television, radio, and the rest, newspapers. But of course, now we are in a different moment, social networks moment. And now it's amazing because every time I meet with young people and they keep asking me questions about the dirty and the dusty way the Indians prepare food on the street because of TikTok. And these narratives on TikTok are shaping the image of many Indians, of many Mexicans and many people in the world are having about India. That's the problem. That's a very challenge, I have to tell you. Because yes, every time people are asking me, really, are they doing that? And I have to answer the questions and give them a very important insight. But you know, the truth is not that simple, yes or no. So we have to construct and to give a good argument to try to answer this question. But of course, it's a very, very bad image about India, which has been streaming all over the world. The third idea is ISKCON. And you might say, what is ISKCON? You might wonder. ISKCON is the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. It's an NGO and almost a church. It's not really, I mean, many Indians, they don't believe that it's really a Hindu organization, but it's more like a society of friends or a society which promotes Krishna, the in Hindu god. It's important because in Mexico and all over the world, you may know them like the Hare Krishna movement, and they are even shaping the image of India. But the problem is actually exotizing India in a very particular way from the Hindu side. The rest is Bollywood and food. It's not that bad, even in Mexico. We have some glimpses of Bollywood, but the most of the time it's about food because in Mexico City in particular, but in the cities of Querétaro and Guadalajara, you might find every time many more Indian restaurants. So, and not very expensive. So this is the point about the main ideas you can have in the Mexican imaginary. So what is happening at the classroom? At the classroom, I have to tell you, there is a big lacuna about India and South Asia, particularly its history. In Mexico and in Latin America in general, India is a country you might know, but not very well. You have a kind of a stereotype, well-constructed stereotype, but not a really or a real image of the country. So I designed this syllabus of this elective course on India, and I think it's one of the few courses on international relations undergraduate program. So sometimes it's very hard because I have to fill the gap and I have to give the basics of India to the students to try to apprehend the complexity of this country and sometimes the entire South Asian region, which is not really easy. Anyway, but they have some interests, like and curiosity about Buddhism, about the caste, about British colonization, and that's a point, or that's an element I can start from to guide them in this very tricky travel, which is studying India. The rest is, of course, international relations because it's the program where I teach Pakistan versus India, and the question if India is going to be a global power, because the most of the time the media construct these narratives about India, and if India is going to be the next global power or a regional power, well, we have to give some insightful elements to try to understand what India is and what India might be. Of course, there is a lack of knowledge of the main contemporary political debates. So sometimes it's not like China, I think. It's not like even Japan, because the people might have some other information about that. No, in the case of India, it's very difficult. But at the end of the day, I think the students feel that actually they have a little bit, or I think the most of the time completely, the gap filled. So I think that's the important thing in my case. Anyway, challenges and opportunities, and this is a very interesting thing. I have to tell you, one of the most important challenge is the disinformation and misinformation in social media. And you can see these very nice images. Okay, the first one in the left is about this statue, about, they say it's sandstone Ganesh, Cambodia, 7th century. And even the museum where you can find it. But the other one says there is a Ganesh or a Ganesha in Campeche, Mexico, from the 600, 900 AD. And the source is a website, a very, very interesting website. Anyway, the problem is sometimes some organizations in India are trying to portray India not only as a civilizational country or nation, but as a Hindu, and that actually you can find some other Hindu elements all over the world. And to say that Ganesha was in Mexico during the 600, 900 AD, it's a little bit delusional, to say the least. But you can see the right image, and this Lord Ganesh in Mexico. And why Lord Ganesh was revered in Aztec culture. Know more about the biggest Hindu temple in Mexico. Wow, interesting, right? Even you can see the other image is the Coatlicue, one of the most important Aztec goddess in Mexico, but they think that she looks like Ganesh. And now you know what I am talking about. Misinformation and disinformation. So it's a big, big challenge, this, because this is the social network are sharpening and I think reinforcing and actually somehow strengthen stereotypes, building new biases, and this propaganda is really, really harsh, you know? And the problem in Mexico sometimes is we have very a lot of works about ancient India, very well known and very well done. But the problem is the contemporary studies about India are not that well known and they are not really numerous. So that's one of the goals of the university program. We are trying to indeed have many more studies of contemporary Asia and Africa. And I think that's a big challenge, honestly, to have, we'll see, money to publish, but particularly to fight against this mis and disinformation. But not all is bad, okay? Asian and particular Indian studies is a challenge because of the distance. There is not a direct flight from Mexico to India, of course not. And actually, of course, you can go via the USA, Istanbul, Munich sometimes, and Frankfurt. But the reality is the distance is huge, really huge. But at the end of the day, I think because of the internet and because of the social media, we can try to make this distance not that long. Of course, other challenges are the cultural diversity is not that easy because many languages, many religions, many ethnicities, and many ways to understand the world. So it's not that easy. Just in India. The cultural particularities is another challenge, but it's not that bad. We can deal with it with enough information. But the other one is too much information, but uneven quality. As I have told you, and as I have showed you, there is a lot of information, but now you cannot trust all the information. So we have to give the students enough tools to try to apprehend the complexity and try to differentiate from the good information and the bad information. Of course, we have financial constraints. It's not that easy to go to India, and it's not that easy to have materials or connections with India. Even, for example, if I try to do some coil collaboration with another or a counterpart in India, the time is not really easy to deal with. Even sometimes I have contact with some colleagues and I have to present some or to do some presentations during the early morning in Mexico. So it's not that easy. And of course, I think social media is a challenge, but social media is a media. So it might be a challenge because of the information, but it's, I think, also an opportunity to deal with this misinformation and disinformation and to try to sharpen a more accurate image of India. Of course, why is a Mexican studying India? Why and even why our research is valuable? I think because, first of all, we in Mexico we have no local biases because now in India we have a very interesting political debate. Let me tell you. Second, this is a perspective, of course, from the global south. And I think the fact that we actually share so many similarities, cultural similarities, of course, we like both spicy food, but the historical experiences, I think, are a very good start to have or to see the differences and the similarities. Lots of potential for disseminating and promoting social sciences research. I think that's true. I mean, I have to tell you, not so many people in Mexico study India, but I think there is this curiosity and it's kind of a niche. you can develop. And eventually, I hope more Mexicans and Latin American people might be interested and might have a better, more accurate image of India. And of course, we have or we are part of this kind of balanced scholarship. I mean, in Mexico, we have been developing this very important studies about history and culture and religion. And of course, we now try to develop a more contemporary understanding of this kind of society. But well, the time is over, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Jacobo. So our just moving right along, our next speaker is Matias Chiappe from Colmex.
Yes, hello everyone. Good afternoon. It's really a very cold afternoon here in Mexico, so I hope you're not as cold as me. My presentation will be about mobility, actually, and specifically students and, well, faculty mobility. So let me just share my presentation. There's many things that Jacobo mentioned that resonated on the things I'm gonna show now. So yes, so I want to talk about trans-Pacific student and faculty mobility. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm a professor of Japanese literature in El Colegio de Mexico in CEA. I did my PhD and lived in Japan for several years, and that experience of in being immersed in the culture of Japan was very, very important for me, not only to learn the language, but well, in the way that I understand how we need to gather knowledge, sort of an epistemological way of seeing things. And I believe that students need also to, we need to secure mobility for students as well. That's what I mean. So anyway, I wanted to start with an anecdote. Many of you might know, I just added one of these pictures. Many of you might know not professor, but actually writer Oe Kensaburo, Nobel Prize winner as well as Octavio Paz. While you were speaking, Jacobo, I added a picture of Kensaburo and Oe, which is the one below. So anyway, many of you might know him and might have read him, but many of you might not know that he was actually an invited professor at El Colegio de Mexico. This was during the 1970s. He taught some subject called like Japanese culture or something. So he spent a year, 6 months in Mexico, and this experience really changed him and influenced him. And he wrote around 5 or 6 novels about his experience in Mexico. One of them is actually translated into English, An Echo of Heaven. I recommend this novel very much. It's great. What I wanted to show with this, why did I want to start with this anecdote is because after Professor and, well, writer Oe Kensaburo and Professor Oe Kensaburo came to Mexico, a lot of research was produced here in Mexico of his travel to Mexico, of his interactions with Octavio Paz, for example, and also with Garcia Marquez, which was here at that time. So his mobility to Mexico, the fact that he came here, that he wrote several novels about his experience, that was already a field of study. And I actually researched for my dissertation, for my PhD, Japanese writers who traveled to Latin America. And he was, of course, one of them. So I wanted to start with this example because, well, my field is Japanese literature. And I think it's very clear because it has been very impactful for Mexicans. Mexicans are very proud that Oe Kensaburo came and taught here at El Colegio de Mexico. And I think that there's also research done. Well, I know very well that there's a lot of research that's being done in Japan about this stay and about the interactions that many writers had with Latin Americans. I think actually I met you, Akiko, in a conference or in the panel I participated in which I talked about Professor Mita Munesuke, which was a Japanese writer who tried to replicate Carlos Castaneda's travel through northern Mexico and their border at the US. So anyway, we can talk about that later. What I wanted to say is that mobility is an engine of epistemic reconfiguration of research agendas and who benefits from knowledge. So we need to secure mobility, especially for students, but also for faculty. And my question also started sort of similar to Jacobo's is what happens in the classroom? So we all know this. Why transpacific circuits matter? We know this already because there's global shifts. Asia's expanding research capacity is immense. Latin Americans' growing policy needs and comparative knowledge is also scarce. And there's changes in the fields of area studies. Area studies are not the same, and we need to adapt to the new world. Transpacific circuits also matters because we create new networks, we develop new methodological transfers, there's bilingual outputs, among many other results. And of course, it has strategic value for policymaking, right? We don't have to forget this. We can take advantage of this transcultural or transnational interactions to get a more to be closer to what the policy or the fundings that we can get require. So we all know this, right? We all know this. However, my question was, are all of our students and faculty aware of the specificities of these transnational shifts? Can we design methods to train them into building stronger circuits of knowledge? So this is something that strikes me because most of our students, especially the ones who study Japan, they want to study Japan and only that, like only Japan, right? And it's very, very strange for me to receive a student who wants to do some comparative research about some Korean writer with Japanese writer. It's not really common. So students still think very much into the nation state paradigm. And I think that this also happens with many of our colleagues, right? With many of our faculty. I talked to many of my colleagues and they didn't even know what global Asia was as a growing field, I mean, and the new journals that are being produced on that field or, this kind of activities that we are doing now, like this symposium. So what I wanted to show to you today, or what I wanted to present to you today was some ideas, some very random ideas of how we can improve the awareness of our students and faculties in terms of how to stop thinking of area studies in such nation state paradigm and start thinking in a more global way. So the training of students and faculty to advance trans-Pacific cooperation, well, there's a problem, first of all, which is language, right? So the core training components of, let's say we managed to get an introductory course, right, called Introduction to Trans-Pacific Cooperation in Academia. So the core training components would be, first of all, bilingual or multilingual research and academic writing, co-supervision pedagogy. We need to develop better ways of for example, the University of Kansas and El Colegio de Mexico to work together in supervising, for example, some students. There's also specific grants and funding that are specific for this kind of trans-Pacific or transcultural or transnational frames. So we need also to develop or to train students and faculty into developing better the writing of projects about this kind of fundings. I also feel that there's a lack of digital collaboration skills, like remote teaching, data sharing. We learned a lot of this through the pandemic, right? But I think that many of this is still not structured, and also we are not taking so much advantage or full advantage of AI. And I think this is also something that we need to develop if we want to train our students and faculty better into trans-Pacific cooperation. And the most important thing, I think, would be to, well, to update our knowledge, right? Many of our colleagues I know are very, what's the word? The word in Spanish is tercos, right? Like they're stuck on their own ideas. And but for example, the field of global Asias, which is what this symposium is about, is one that we need to develop better in area studies programs, or that's what I believe. This second slide into about training students and faculties to advance trans-Pacific cooperation is about how can we implement this. This is completely random ideas that I had, but I think that they can serve as a starting point for brainstorming activities that we can do together. I think that it will be very, very useful and fruitful to do intensive short courses for like 2 weeks or a month. And I'm not sure how we can manage this. Then could be a bit complicated, but we could get some kind of micro credentials or certificates that can serve on both sides of or both universities, or maybe 3 or 4 universities. I also thought that peer mentoring circles and co-supervision bundle will be very important to develop. I think it's important that our students are read by not only by the professors of our center, but also by the professors from other universities. So I think that making this more active and structured would be very useful. Of course, I think we can do periodic online synchronic clinics like the symposium, right? Like this activity, but also some asynchronous modules. Maybe we can do that as well. And the last two, I think that we need to develop a thematic micro network of research research sprints with themes that can be that we can all get information out of. So maybe it would be great if we can do research groups, even joint publications. And this would also help us develop a bilingual synthesis of everything that we can gather in this research groups. I just put 6 months of collaborative research sprints, but it can be whatever time. But I think it's important that we gather the ones that we sort of research similar topics and start knowing each other, and then start thinking micro activities that we can do and further develop our cooperation. And then I also thought that it would be important to have a visiting scholar week. This is because I believe that in-person interaction is necessary as well. Of course, online symposiums like this ones are great, and they're just so easy to interact and to brainstorm things. But then we have to do that in a class, right? In a classroom, as Jacobo said. So it would be important if we can have a visiting scholar week. If one of your professors at the University of Kansas could come to El Colegio de Mexico and also to UNAM and vice versa. Of course, there's funding about this, but that's another problem which I'm not going to touch today. And the reason why I'm imagining or I'm trying to design in my mind an imaginary course to introduce our students and faculty to cooperation, to transnational and trans-Pacific cooperation, is because we can also develop 3 regional projects. And these are just some topics I came up with, like educational circuits. This is exactly what I'm talking about. How can we improve co-supervision, exchange, brain circulation? Another interesting topic for a tri-regional project would be Cold War legacies. This is something I actually researched quite a lot about, because many of the Japanese writers that came to Latin America actually were anti-Americans, right? The left-wing Japanese anti-Americans. So they were very much into this. They were very interested in the Cuban Revolution, for example. So that's a very, very interesting topic of research that's not widely covered yet, I believe. In my case, it was in the field of literature, but I'm pretty sure that there's other fields that can be researched further on. Of course, there's also always the trans-Pacific, trans-American migration diasporas topic. I think we need to continue developing this. And then I put some topics that I know absolutely nothing about, but I'm sure there's a lot that need to be researched there, like supply chains, strategic materials, geopolitics. Well, diasporic media and transnational imaginaries, that I know something about. And I have a friend actually who studies the case of cosplays in Mexico and in Japan. She lives in Japan, though she's Mexican. But it's just so different how cosplay is done in one place and in another. And it would be great if she could add, the US as well. So this kind of topics that serve or help us, well, have some cooperation between the three possible regions. I think that will be amazing, and we need to gather or focus on those topics. Religious networks, transnational pilgrimage, climate finance and adaptation projects. I mean, these are just some of the things I came up with, but I'm sure there's many others. What I think is most important, though, is the theoretical framework for implementing this regional project. It's important to center our research on circulation over center and periphery, right? We need to prioritize flows, translations, reciprocal exchanges, rather than a unidirectional knowledge transfer. So I think this is something that we need. Yeah, I'm just closing, sorry. I think this is something that we need to put more emphasis on to our students, but also to our faculty. We need also to be more aware about a multiscalar institutionality, like what institutions have served as nodes for connecting regions. And well, I work at the Colegio de Mexico, and it has served historically as one of these nodes, for example. This is not to show off. I'm just saying, like, we need to find these institutions that have served as nodes for bridging different regions and developing better regional research. We need to be more aware about policy transfer between regions and also funding. This is very difficult, but we need to find a way in which we can have this more systematized. And then we need to translate our outputs, right? I think this is very important. We publish in English in the journals at El Colegio de Mexico, so you're very welcome to publish. But it would be important for us to have that information also in Spanish. And likewise, it would be great if we could have as well our information published in English. I'm not sure how this can be done, but I thought that maybe collaboration with translation centers from our universities could work. But this is something, or these four points, I think would be very important for us to keep in mind if we want to develop better regional projects. Finally, and this is my closing slide, we recently published a dossier on trans-Pacific studies. This was just published in December by the University of Santiago de Chile. Some people from the US collaborated, some people from Singapore. So if you would like to know more about what we think, what I think, and what other people think about trans-Pacific research, please do read this dossier. And also maybe you can gather some names there that are, well, doing similar research as the ones as you are doing. So that's all for me. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much, Matthias. That was great. We're gonna head in a slightly different direction, I think, with the next two talks. And so our next speaker is Jack Chong from the University of Kansas.
Thank you, Megan. Are the slides sharing okay? Perfect. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Glenn and Luciano, for including me in this excellent panel. I'm a political scientist here at the University of Kansas. I also serve as the Associate Director for the Center for East Asian Studies. And I'm going to present a bit of, so newly accepted a paper, social science, kind of political economy research done by my lab here, the Trade War Lab at KU. And I'll try to highlight a little bit, I think, follow on some of the themes about what trans-Pacific sort of research could look like, at least in the social sciences, one example. So the Trade War Lab is a social science lab with a dual mission of trying to understand the U.S.-China trade war and its impact on heartland communities from a bottom-up, data-driven, and multidisciplinary sort of approach. We're kind of at the intersection. The work that we do is at the intersection of East Asian studies, business and economics, and political science and law. And how we do it is by empowering policy-relevant academic research with teams of faculty, graduate, and undergraduate students to be able to do this. So the work that I'm going to present is part of a series of papers on the foreign invested enterprises in China with my primary collaborator, Sam Worthrams at UC Irvine. This is the third piece in the series, and they all rely on this data set called the Foreign Invested Enterprises in China data set that Sam collected through an NSF grant. And this is the closest thing to a census of foreign invested companies operating in China, scraped from Ministry of Commerce annual registries, covering about a 10-year period. So that's about 2 million firm year observations, from Chinese data, yielding about 500 unique foreign invested enterprises. So these are foreign companies, right, that have invested in China, and it includes a range of pretty cool covariates like business operations, location, registered capital, so forth. And so the collaboration between Sam's lab and my lab is, what do we do, right? One cool thing we can do with this data is to figure out what are the effects of the trade war and other shocks in recent years on how, on whether foreign invested companies are leaving China has been the focus, but we can also look at the other side of which ones are entering China in these years. And so for this first paper, we find that there's essentially more of a what we call blunt effect than a targeted effect, that after the trade war initiates, you have a overall increase in foreign invested enterprise exits, not necessarily in the ones that are targeted by tariffs and not necessarily specific to countries of origin, which is kind of interesting. And, due to political sort of firm level sort of considerations, basically matter a lot more than sort of larger, geopolitical considerations. And the contribution that the Trade War Lab made in this research is we, were able to map these companies to sectors and tariff exposure, and to do sort of bring that analysis of the at the firm level, sort of which firms are exposed to these political policies as well as the economic policies, to be able to generate this research. The second paper in the series looks at a subset of it. We took a sample from this data of American firms and mapped it back to political behavior in the U.S., primarily lobbying. And so we look at, given your exposure to tariffs, do you do stuff other than exit, right? And this result really shows that there's a larger than the number of companies that exit, but still quite small, right? Number of companies do lobby on the trade war and on tariffs. This tends to be the larger companies, but the modal sort of response is still what we call loyalty, sort of the not exiting, not also lobbying sort of publicly, and then we have case studies to show what that looks like at the company level that they're doing to adjust. So what I'm presenting today is the third paper in this series, where we look at Japanese multinationals, actually, in China, and I think in some ways Japanese investors in China track with the general trend. There was a wave of enthusiasm going into China in the Japan was among the earliest, Japanese companies among the earliest to go in the 1980s. But in recent years, right, there's been a souring of foreign attitudes of companies in China. So this plot shows the percentage of respondents from surveys, U.S. surveys and Japanese surveys about whether their companies are planning to invest more in China in the following year. And you see a pretty dramatic decline beginning in 2010, and it's steeper for Japanese companies than for American companies. The other reason to focus on Japan beyond the experience, right? So Japanese companies are somewhat representative. They are among the larger investors um, in China. So they are also, Japan and China have experienced political risk and conflict for a longer period of time. Right now, supply chain, I'm glad to see in Mateus's presentation that supply chain security was in there, right? It's a trendy topic emerging in the last 5 years. But Japanese companies have been dealing with this, especially risk of economic interdependence with China for over 15 years, beginning really in 2010 and then escalating in 2012 with the Senkaku Diaoyu disputes and a series of other kinds of political, crises, such that I think, we argue in the paper that Japan in some ways is a canary in the coal mine in terms of where the worldwide conversation now on supply chain security is headed. They're also like a thought leader in shaping a lot of the policies. They were very active in sort of defining economic security. They were among the first to open up these economic security sort of offices within ministries and within companies to implement a bunch of this stuff. So for that reason, it's good to study Japanese companies. And Japanese companies also reflect this complicated relationship with China where, you have increasingly sort of in recent years, gloomy prospects for, investment opportunities, in China, reflected in surveys, but simultaneously, those same surveys show that China's still a really profitable sort of destination for foreign investors relative to other regions. And so there's a push and pull sort of set of factors that aggregate level surveys and aggregate level data has not been able to reveal so far. So the research question for this paper is, are Japanese multinational corporations diversifying away from China because of political risk? Are they de-risking in some way? And how do we think about sort of which companies de-risk and which ones don't? And we're going to use firm level data on the overseas operations of Japanese MNCs. So the collaboration between sort of with Sam's data, we have, right, which companies are in China, which years, and out of that we can derive a measure for exit. But what the Trade War Lab brought to this is we found another data source of Japanese yearbooks, and we have to employ a bunch of KU-based, right, undergrads who are studying Japanese to comb through these like thick phone books that are only in print and generate a data set of where are they. It's essentially a contacts of where every subsidiary of Japanese companies are located. And so do we have a picture of it? Oh, I cut the picture out. But yeah, so you're looking at hundreds of pages for every company, right, listing every single one of their subsidiary in Japanese, right, of where they're located. And so we combine these two data sets and then we're able to see, right, if you're a company that's in China, where else in the world are you in any given year, right? And if you leave China, where are you expanding, right, in subsequent years? So that's the sort of the goal of this project, is to try to answer the question of like, for the companies that are leaving sort of China or could potentially leave China, right? What does their global sort of portfolio and footprint look like? And so, essentially the literature on this work, there's a lot written on the politics of foreign direct investment. Most of that focuses on entry, right? We sort of build on this literature and try to control for factors that other folks have identified, and essentially try to make a contribution on this debate that's basically between one perspective that says that investment follows the flag, meaning that, right, the political sort of amity between countries is one driver, right, of where companies choose to invest, because it's going to increase political risk in some places, decrease it in others. There's another strand of literature that has very opposite sort of expectations, called the business as usual sort of finding, which shows that, surprisingly, business flows, investment and trade flows are very resilient to political risk. In particular, Japanese investment and China has been very resilient in the last decade, right, at the aggregate level to political risk. And so very different expectations about decoupling in the existing literature, relatively little done on looking at the politics of exit. And so we're going to basically speak to that literature about this this business as usual case where certain previous scholars have found that Japanese companies are actually pretty resilient to political risk. There's this other perspective, not usually looking at firm level data, not usually looking at Japanese data, that finds that actually American investment is pretty sensitive to our political relations, right? And so which of these applies, right? In this current climate that we're in, right, of Japanese multinationals operating in China. And so we introduced this, I think, really good typology to try to think about different types of de-risking behavior. Because I think another contribution of the paper is there's a lot of these terms being bandied around, right? Friendshoring, reshoring, de-risking, decoupling. And I think the policymakers that are using these terms actually have, they're fine with it being vague, right? Because then you can claim credit for any whatever thing that happens, and you can say it's what you intended to happen. But from a scholarly perspective, I think to try to measure how much de-risking is happening or decoupling is happening, we need to define these terms first. And so we come up with this mutually sort of exclusive schema to think about it, which is if you are decreasing investment in China, right? So observing that you have closing down subsidiaries. We call that decoupling. Okay. By contrast, you can reduce risk in China without closing your operation in China by expanding faster elsewhere, like in Mexico, right? And companies are doing this. And so increasing investment outside of China is another way to de-risk that's not decoupling per se. So we call that diversifying. The overlap between the two of companies that are both reducing their presence in China and expanding elsewhere, we call that diverting. And mostly that's observed in this friendshoring conversation. And then if you don't do any of those three things, you are pursuing a strategy, the business as usual sort of strategy. And so we have some hypotheses that didn't necessarily bear out, but it's a bit rooted in the previous sort of literature about which companies are more likely, than others to potentially, decouple versus diversify versus friendshore. We don't have to go into the details there. Not that interesting. The data is, as I described, right, it's a marriage between this granular firm level data out of China and this Toyo Keizai data out of Japan that we managed to get a few volumes of. So 5 volumes between 2012 and 2022. And so the strategy is we sample some number of companies in the FIEC data set. We identify the parent company in the Toyo Keizai, and then we just record every single subsidiary in a spreadsheet that these companies are operating in for any given year. Oh yeah, I do have a picture. It looks like this. It's a phone book. The thing is used to do like business development basically, and they don't have a digitized version because they sell these phone books for like $200 each. And so we build this super. I love Japanese record keeping, and I just love how they're not embracing the digital age. It's fantastic. And so we benefited in a good useful way for this study. We digitized a bunch of these phone books. We assigned RAs to comb through the panel that you see on the right and just record sort of where are they operating, how much, how many people they're say they employing, the size of the investment and so forth. When did it open? And so that's a laborious, time-consuming process. So we only did this for 100 Japanese multinationals, and that results in like a 10,000, subsidiary year sort of observation sort of data set by putting these two things together, covering these 4 years, right? That overlaps sort of the rise in political risk of dealing with China. And then we run some analysis on the outcome sort of interest is which of these three mutually exclusive sort of categories of decoupling do we see? And so from this, we can also look at like the average. So this is kind of towards the results section, right? Is that if you look in aggregate, right? This is the picture of what the percentage of overseas investment for Japanese multinationals in the data set looks like, right? And it's a gradual decline, very gradual decline from about in 2012, like 27.5 percentage point of their global footprint of these companies are in Greater China. So lumping in Hong Kong in there, right? And then by 2022, a decade later, that's dropped to 24%, right? So there's a decline, right? And there's a rise in other regions, especially in Southeast Asia that we can talk about. right? NAFTA kind of flat, but in recent years there's a little bit greater, right? But not a pronounced sort of evidence at the aggregate level, right, of what de-risking is happening. But if you look at the and just in terms of describing sort of what the firm levels, whether this is a measure of whether any kind of these de-risking behaviors occurred in that 10-year period, the numbers look very different, right? Only about 20% of companies are not doing anything to reduce risk in China. About 80% are doing at least one thing, in most cases, multiple things, right, to reduce political risk in China. The biggest, most common sort of strategy is diversifying, followed by some combination of de-risking and friendshoring. So the picture at the firm level is actually quite different than the aggregate level. We measure friendshoring. This is like a side note. We have this cool measure with using military exercises rather than alliances to figure out who is Japan's friend for friendshoring, because Japan technically only has one treaty ally, that's the United States, right? So that's not very useful for analysis. This is what the analysis I'm about to show is going to be at the aggregate level for these 100 firms. There's a new important variable to talk about is in recent years, Japan has also helpfully made lists of companies that it deems to be national security sort of relevant. And there's regulations about basically foreign firm ownership. So the regulations have nothing to do with where they can invest overseas, just whether foreign people can buy, right, controlling sort of shares in them. But this will turn out to be quite an important sort of variable. About 21% of the companies in the data set are national. Right, and trade additional, right? Basically, that this for will sort of be hypotheses. Or, expectations about dependence and your experience, kind of services, manufacturing company. None of those things actually matter very much in analysis, except, right, if you can identify as a national security company, including sort of this is backdating this period of time. It's like a latent that is a
Did we just lose Jack altogether? Oh no, you're back. You're there.
something weird happening. So must be getting to the good part where,
You were, at least for me, you were starting to glitch up and slow down.
Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe that's the gods of Zoom telling us we shouldn't look at a regression table for too long. But the point really is that our expectations that are rooted in the hypotheses that are rooted in what the existing sort of literature predicts about what drives differences of behavior at the firm level, none of that mattered relative to whether you're a national security relevant firm. And the way that we interpret that is actually that at the both sort of business as usual and following the flag could be sort of happening, right? In aggregate, again, in aggregate, there seems to be quite a bit of resilience or at least inertia to political risk, right? But the firm level, right, specifically for firms that are that the government sees as national security sort of relevant and maybe that they self-identify as national security relevant, right? They're engaging in de-risking behavior much more quickly, right? Across all the kinds of strategies. They're sort of pursuing an all of the above sort of strategy. So for that subset of firms, right, following the flag is definitely sort of happening. But for the majority of firms that are operating in China, right, through this decade of relatively turbulent political relations, it's a glass half full, half empty story about whether you're reducing risk by divestment, at least. Yeah, with that, I will end and look forward to a discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jack. And somehow you got Zoom to start working again in the middle of your talk. That was impressive. So our final speaker in this panel is Mariana Aparicio from UNAM. And based on your title, I'm thinking maybe you're going to manage to marry all of the different parts of this panel together. So,
Megan, this is so hard work. I really, I really love the work of Jack. And well, I don't have presentation. I need to apologize for that. And also, I make my presentation a little bit brief because of time. I have to get out very soon into my home. So, well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm the penultimate person to present in this interesting symposium. So it is exciting to identify the possibilities of interinstitutional academic work to analyze and understand the area studies in this uncertain world. All my colleagues that are during all the morning said a lot of things very interesting. So the program from Studies on Asia, Asia, and Africa at UNAM is a network academics from diverse UNAM disciplines and different centers and faculty to specialize in area studies. For example, I'm a professor of the Center for International Relations in the Faculty of Political Social Science. I'm a research interest and our economic diplomacy and regional economic integration in Latin America. So under the direction of the Professor Alicia Giron and the incredible team of collaboration, they develop academic products to analyze Asia, Africa, and Oceania from Mexican or Latin American perspective. So these products include courses and trainings such as diplomas, the Diploma in Asia Studies, in which various academics from and within outside UNAM participate. In my case, I have the opportunity to coordinate the Central Asia model. It's completely a new one in Mexico. We know at least very few about this region, and also the diploma in African Studies with my colleague Jose Luis Gasquez, who was in the last table, collaborates too. So the program also includes academic activities, research publications that analyze studies of the Global South from the Global South. So the importance of the political dimension of knowledge and knowledge production in social science is well established, particularly regarding international relations, my discipline. In this field, dominate the Western perspective. So the American hegemony of the discipline termed by Hoffman as American social science is now made explicit in the context of globalization, international relations. Arkady Ambusan write a lot about that. However, the hierarchical character of the discipline between the core and the periphery remains a critical challenge and the evidence in the context of power relations between the West and the others, particularly Global South actors. The capture of such configuration, Professor Randolph Bersuit refers to the terminology of disciplinary international relations as a body of knowledge that recognize appropriately belong to the scholarly field and use a Foucauldian perspective to underline how a certain international relation knowledge is legitimate. So following Duncan Bell, Bersuit apprehends disciplinary international relations as an effect of epistemology governance defined as intercalating institutions, agents, and knowledge production. In that context, we can how can we understand the international reorganization and area studies in our globalized and pluriversal world by including Global South perspectives? This is one of my main questions. And also, how can we better reflect on the critical challenge of non-universality, thinking of economic disintegration in an uncertain world with a Global South perspective? So there are some of the questions we ask ourselves in order to develop our reflection at UNAM. So let me say that the concept of global south refers to geographic spaces that used to be colonial entities, as well to political consensus on engaged practice through which global unequal power structures are actively restructured. As underlined by Berger, it encompasses multiple overlapping and intersection global process of marginalization that have political, institutional, and epistemological dimensions. For Jackie Brackbo Wagner, she's a Caribbean professor held in New York University. It is a general rubric for decolonized nations located north, but not exclusively south of the old colonial centers of power. For example, Valeria Valle, who's an Argentinian professor, and Eric de Guila from the Benin, held in Europe, apprehend the global south in a plural way, global souths with S, as a meta-category that refers to both material and identitional ensembles. This plural approach aims to recognize the nuances that exist between countries that are grouped with this category. From a geographical perspective, the term Global South is associated with Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Latin America. So it is crucial to better value contribution from Global South in international relations discipline to research of international reorganization of disintegration in an uncertain world and more broadly in international relations. This is not a minor topic. We will discuss at least 5 years ago in International Studies Association, in ISA, a Congress, and how to teach from the global south, but also how global north understand us and try to understand us with that north view. So, well, this is a big topic I want to introduce in the symposium. So, well, in my research topic, that's why I said that I love the Jack research, because it's quite same but not the same, because we have the main discipline, international political economy, but Jack's also view from the enterprise perspective, and I see it in the political way, in the political perspective of economic diplomacy. So the crisis in the multilateral system, China rise as a strategic partner in Latin America, invest from diverse countries from Asia, and implementation of selective protectionism through the trade policy instruments such as tariffs of economic sanctions in the last decade. Exactly, I'm talking about President Donald Trump and U.S. foreign policy and U.S. trade policy, have produced an scenario of changes to the international economic system and regional integration process. During his second term so far, the U.S. government has sought to advance its agenda through tariffs with two objectives, right? One, from the one hand, tariffs are intended to promote and incentive domestic productions. Well, at least he says so, and reduce trade deficit. On the other hand, they are intended to force countries subject to tariffs to submit and to a symmetrical negotiation framework, where U.S. interests from the basis of any resolutions. So therefore, if we understand economic diplomacy to be the use of political instruments to influence international negotiations in order to encourage economic prosperity, or the use of economic instruments to archive political objectives, this, whether domestic or international, from the U.S. perspective, so the president's speeches, statement, publication, and actions abroad have focused on issues that are considered matters of national security, even this is in detrimental to his traditional partners and trading allies, such as European Union, Canada, of course, Mexico, and some Latin American countries. So my research focused on the debate in Latin America, particularly Mexico, about whether there is a geopolitical and geoeconomic dispute between China and the United States. My analysis has centered on comparing the economic diplomacy of China and the United States toward Latin America in general and Mexico in particular. This approach to knowledge production is related to what I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, production knowledge from the global south to understand changes and reconfigurations in the international political economy. My ongoing research reflects on the redefinition of international trade during the President Donald Trump's second term due to the Mexico geographical location. I have to say that. I'm sorry. We always think about the United States and all around the world, and its impact on traditional partners, quest to strain ties and reform trade agreements with stable and reliable partners in the first half of the 21st century. And the second thing in this matter is the reconfiguration of World Trade Organization with the leadership with Mrs. Ngozi, who is from African countries, and what will happen with the Global South in the multilateral trade organization. Finally, I want to share with you that very soon we will start in the coming months another research project about teaching international political economy / global political economy for students with kinesthetic learnings with Lego from Global South Latin American perspective. So very thank you for your listen, and we really look forward to exploring possibility collaborations with all of you. Thanks so much.
You promised to be speedy and you did not lie. I think we do have a few minutes to have some questions and discussion. So I welcome people's questions, comments. I think I think that's not a question in the chat. Anybody want to throw something out?
Well, I actually wanted to mention something, or actually ask Jacobo something. This idea of you sort of, you gave me the impression that you split or ascended academic activity from like non-academic activity, right? Like Octavio Paz wrote these kind of books that are not academic or whatever.
Yeah.
But I really think that we should start thinking, or what do you think about starting thinking about not so much in terms of academia and non-academia, but both things have to work together for more collaboration and for more funding possibilities as well. That's something that at least the Mexican Research Council is trying to push, right? Like for us for us scholars to do more work that is more for any kind of public or any kind of audience. I mean, so what do you think about this? I just was left thinking about this when you mentioned.
No, actually, it's true. I was trying to say that Portes Hill, Octavio Paz, and Vasconcelos were constructing this imaginary about India because they were more politicians and they were more like intellectuals, not really researchers on this, because they are able to give us these insights from the experience. But I agree with you. I was talking about eventually actually science dissemination and the socializing of this knowledge to try to work together this we can say academic or the scholars and these people that actually they are interested in India or in Asia or in Africa, but just to work together. Because of it, I was talking about the social media and the social networks as a challenge, but of course as a opportunity to this knowledge dissemination. Because otherwise, the problem is young people are getting the most of the information from the social media. And the problem is the people from social media, they are not that accurate. I don't know, maybe you know very good influencers. Though the most of the time I have this feeling that they try to read and they try to give very easy products. I mean, the problem is the attention spur time for young people is very short. So they produce very, very easy consuming audiovisual products. So I think we have to not to do the same, but try to produce better audiovisual products, accessible but accurate. And I agree with you, we need to do that because otherwise, it's just scholars talking to scholars. And I think it's more fun to share knowledge with the people because of it, science dissemination, of course.
If I may just say one thing quick. So we in my area talk about other knowledges, right? In Brazil, universities are giving honorarium PhDs are people who they call mestres, many of them have had no formal education, but they have this knowledge acquired through experience, through life. And I think it is the role of the university to locate, to identify those and to work with them and to recognize their knowledge and their values.
As Jacobo, as you were just answering that question, it was also an answer to the question that I had, which, about your talk, which was, how can we, I mean, if the producers of social media are, filling that with misinformation, and I think this is a struggle we all have everywhere that we're located, how do we inundate social media with with better answers. I just wanted to say, Matthias, the observations, the ideas that you had resonated very strongly with me, and I would imagine with the other center directors, or with the center directors from KU here, because you are mapping out a set of possible kind of modes of engagement that are very much along the lines of what we at KU are thinking about as we think about how to extend and broaden and deepen our partnerships, across the globe. So yay. Somebody just had a hand up.
I just wanted to
Oh, you
mention
did.
one final thing about this topic, which is that we actually started this was something I promoted. We sent some of our books, the books we published in Colmex, to some influencers. So we did some. Not all influencers are the same, right? Like some of them have a higher level of um, comprehension of the field, let's call it. let's use that term. So we sent some of our books to them, and it was very useful because they sort of promoted our books. So we can also take advantage of that, I think, specifically translations, right? That we usually do that with translations, not so much with a monograph because they don't read monographs. But for example, a translation of something that some fiction or something of the sort, it was very useful in that sense. So we are experimenting also as well in how to take advantage of influencers on our side.
I mean, our students, some of them will become influencers one day.
True, yeah.
So they're not
True.
mutually exclusive. Yeah, I guess strands of stuff. Yeah, and book talk is a thing, I guess. That's cool.
I think there's a question for you, Jack.
Yes. So if I may, I wanted to ask Melissa's question in the chat because it looks like she doesn't have a mic. I'm also really curious about if you guys have a sense of what the conversation is right now about, friendshoring and foreign investment into Mexico, especially as the Trump administration has taken very strong attitudes again as when they return to power. But I also wanted to ask a completely different direction about. One of the challenges I think we're facing here at KU is it's increasingly hard to send students to China. Students still go, right? But formal programs don't exist anymore. So Jacobo, you were mentioning that it was hard to get to, to India. Do you guys, at any of your schools have now like study abroad like sort of dynamics? I wonder if, I think Mexico is covered in the visa-free travel into China. So are students going to East Asia, maybe more so than to India? I'm curious sort of where students are going, especially given that bizarrely like Chinese cities and culture seems to be like trendy on TikTok, even though it is now owned by uh, a US consortium. Anyways, so
I'm
Well, I think just briefly, I think the only problem is China is getting opener and opener and opener because, for example, now Mexicans we can get there without a visa for for a few days, and actually it's quite convenient. The problem is sometimes, for example, I have friends from India and they can't come to Mexico. It's quite difficult, and it's because the USA we have to align sometimes with our policy, and it's easier for Indians to come to Mexico and other South Asian citizens if they have a Schengen visa or an USA visa. Otherwise, it's really tricky. That's the problem. And of course, it's possible, but for them, sometimes it's really, really tricky. One of my friends is a researcher, and he told me he's starting criminal organizations in Latin America and Mexico, and he couldn't come during his PhD because he didn't get the visa. So it's a problem.
I'm I'm sensitive to time, and I know that we want to wrap up, and that I think Brent is probably ready to make some closing comments. So I think I will call this session over, and thank you all again for wonderful presentations. It was so informative. And invite Brent to take the floor.
Can I share some slides? I kind of, for sake of expediency, I boiled it down to a couple of slides over
I should be
lunch.
able to.
Okay, let's see, try it. Okay, good. Um, so I'm Brent Metz. I'm the director of the Center for Latin American Studies at KU. I know little about Africa and Asia, I have to say, other than what I read in the news usually, or teach in an anthropology course. I'm an anthropologist. I do have a lot of connections to Latin America, obviously. My wife is a Mexican geographer from San Luis Potosí. I've taken students to the Huasteca lately. I work with the La Intercultural de San Luis Potosí in study abroads. Um, so we just ran a conference in la UCR sobre perspectivas indígenas de 500 años de colonialismo también, junto con Arizona, la Universidad de Arizona y la Universidad Estatal de Nueva York en Albany. Entonces, tengo muchas conexiones. Voy a México 2 veces por año para ver parientes. Tengo un cuñado que es profesor en la Universidad de Veracruz también. So there's a lot of connections here. And I want to thank Luciano and Glenn and Akiko for giving me the final word on this. I hope I can do it justice. I made this PowerPoint while I was listening to this and looking over your talks over lunch. But then Matias and Jacobo took a lot of my points. And so a lot of it, I'm going to agree with them, and that means I can go faster. So let me just get going. So, I think this is a time of, as you've mentioned, limitations, budget cuts, fascist and leftist dictatorships, and nationalism. Don't want to hear anything about, spending money towards understanding other parts of the world. But it's also a time of opportunity, of global integration, as we all know, collaborative and budgetary need. I mean, sometimes need creates innovation. and that's why we're here. And then digital innovations due to the pandemic, among other things, is a time of opportunity. A lot of times innovations come out of dark times, adapting to dark times. So, as I've heard many times, this kind of relationships that we're creating here, hopefully, must be equal in respect, must be decolonial, can't be hierarchical, where some knowledge is privileged over others. I can say for myself that I'm often put to shame by my scholars in Central America where I do research. Their access to data is very different than my access to data. I have data that they can't get. They have data that that is just amazing, because they're there, in Central America. They have different resources. So we must recognize complementary and respect the complementary strengths, including perspectives. I mean, mostly, Mexicans or Costa Ricans or whoever, or Brazilians coming at Africa, approaching Africa or Asia, it's eye-opening. You got to respect that and not homogenize, but appreciate and maintain the diversity. You know, um, we all have different functions. Our centers have different functions. Our centers up here are mostly geared towards education. We fund a little bit of research, but we're mostly about explaining to all areas of the U.S. public about our regions. So. That's mostly what we're about, not exclusively. I know a lot of the centers in Latin America focus a lot on research, and getting research out. Um, so, use our complementary strengths. We have limitations, as Guillermo mentioned, and as some of you mentioned in this last panel. We can't get to Africa, we can't get to India, Indians can't get to where we are, etc. But we can help each other, have access to different places. And I'll mention this a little bit later. We can't do everything, but we can help each other. I think it's clear, the unstated thing that's clear that runs throughout this is, you know, we've got to rise above government geopolitical interests. We got to go for humanity first. I mean, that's what we're about. We do have a public, even if the government doesn't support us anymore, here in the United States anyway. Um, Many people do. The public does. At least a big sector of the public appreciates. So we have an audience, still, and we have a lot of supporters, whether our government um, does or not. So we need to stick to accuracy. As many of you mentioned, the word accuracy came up a few times, over national propaganda and over academic ideology. We could have several days talking about that. Um, but it's interesting how kind of postmodern discussion about truth is all relative has really been appropriated by the right wing now in the United States. It's like, well, those are your facts, these are my facts. And it's like, oh, then there's no facts then. Really, what we're saying is there's no facts. And that is going on all over the place right now. So I watch my channel for news, and you can watch your channel for news. And neither one is more accurate than the other. The right wing is really using this right now, but it started on the left here. Um, so, um, anyway, that's a long discussion. So, we've had this kind of debate since the 40s and 50s in the United States. How do you approach the world when you want to be a global superpower? Um, and is it understanding and diplomacy, or is it war and aggression? Obviously, here in the United States, war and aggression is winning right now. But there are still a lot of people, including us. We have a role to play. So here's some suggestions, um, for sharing resources and sharing complementarities. Um, Perspectives and points of view, of course. Just of us getting together today, we're doing that. Sharing perspectives, points of view, strengths. We have different strengths. Our centers have different strengths. Some of us can study Korea, some of us can study Cameroon. We've got experts. We've got experts in South Africa, where Costa Rica might have an expert in, Ghana. or who knows where. We can't, no university or center can cover everything, and so in some, including languages across centers. So need to share them, figure out ways of sharing them. Access to others' collections, libraries, research libraries, art and artifacts. We need to have these digitized so that you have easy access. And it'd be fantastic if we could find money someplace to bring people to each other's collections. Not easy, but we have things here. It's almost embarrassing on Latin America anyway. I don't know about the other areas of the world that we can preserve them in our research libraries and in our museums, but these are things that really should be back in their home country, you know. But the compromise is digitize, photograph, at least make them accessible online. And I know that our institution is trying to do that, but wouldn't it be great? We buy memberships in our libraries to journals that are really expensive. Wouldn't it be great if we could share access with UNAM? If UNAM doesn't have, or Colmex doesn't have those subscriptions, is there a way that we can get them to them in an inexpensive way? We've mentioned this online and in-person courses. It would be great to know what courses are being offered at different institutions. How do we list those to each other? Our students find out in all sorts of creative ways what's being taught at UNAM or Colmex or in La UCR, and figure out and take those courses. But it would be nice to know if we could just share these on a regular basis, online or in-person courses. We mentioned the coils. Someone mentioned the coils. I forget who. Oh, I think it was Jacobo, right, with India, right, the time zone thing. But the time zone thing is not a problem for us, in this hemisphere. It would be fantastic, though, to have a triangular coil with our universities in China or in Africa. Or India. It's tough, though, because of the time zone thing. But there can be creative ways to share courses online. Study abroad courses, of course. I'm trying to do this, but one of the things about study abroad, we have here at Kansas anyway, and a lot of other institutions here in the United States have the infrastructure to design courses and to set up courses. What we don't have oftentimes are the students. So if we could set it up to go to China, and wouldn't it be great, or to Japan or India or wherever? But we often are short on the students, paying students, money, and that's where the money comes from. With our study abroad, our institution gives us nothing except the infrastructure to set them up. But at least we got that. But we could use students, and I don't know what kind of infrastructure your institutions have to study abroad in other places, if you've got an office for that. But all U.S. universities do have an office for that. So there's at least the labor and the infrastructure set up. Graduate committees, I'm on a number of graduate committees, including on a couple one in Costa Rica, a few in Honduras right now, but we could all be on each other's graduate committees, and that's where you share knowledge. You all mentioned some of these conferences like this, for example, symposium workshop. But we need to share again, just like the courses. How do we know what's going on in UNAM if UNAM doesn't send us a list? How does UNAM or La UCR know what's going on in Kansas if we don't have them on our mailing list or in our social media or something? So that's low-hanging fruit right there. We can set that up fairly easy. Just share it with each other. Edited volumes. Somebody mentioned co-publishing. Maybe it was Matthias. I had that here. In the different languages, don't just publish in English, and don't just publish in Spanish or in Portuguese, but have all of our publications translated. It's not that hard to do anymore. It used to be really hard to do, but now with AI, you can get a decent translation fast, and it's just a matter of correcting. It's just a matter of correcting and editing now to run these through, and so there's no excuse really not to put these in all languages. And this leads into my next point with AI, as Jacobo mentioned. There is a lot of misinformation on AI, and I don't look at all spheres of experience. I work with indigenous peoples of Central America and Mexico. My God, is there a lot of misinformation? But that's where everybody goes to, you know? And so that leaves our role to correct it. And how do you do that? How do you correct it? Especially when a lot of the logarithms, I looked this up, you know, while some of you were speaking, I'm sorry to say. I wasn't paying attention, so I should be marked down for participation. But I just looked up on AI, where do you get your info from? And is it equal across languages? And of course it's not. It's English. They admitted we are prejudiced, I think was the word. Prejudiced for English. Um, so that means we need to get more Spanish and Portuguese speakers published in English, you know, because we need their voices to coming into AI. And I don't know if AI has different answers if you ask it in Spanish or if you ask it in Portuguese than if you ask it in English. I don't know, but if that's the case, then we need to get our voices into Spanish too, into Spanish and Portuguese. So to correct AI, you know, this is not a direct thing, but AI does say that they weight their sources. Their logarithms weight certain sources over others, but they also say they weight English heavier. So I'll figure that out and have more exchange. You know, so one of the ways around that too is just to co-author things with each other. You know, co-author things, and we don't have to jive necessarily. I don't have to agree with anybody, but you can have two perspectives in one paper. If the publishers will publish that, kind of a dialogue or even a debate would be great. And then that information's out there, and then AI could draw from that. AI often gives definitive answers when things aren't definitive, you know, when they're really debatable, you know. And so I see it, academics' role in the future is correcting AI just to a large degree, like Jacobo is insinuating. So also multilingual bibliographies, you know, include the bibliography from, you know, if you want to call it North and South or whatever you want to call, but from all sides, you know. And I don't think we're getting there in the United States. I don't know how you're getting. Yeah, Latin America does this better than we do. You know, you cite a lot more English stuff than we cite Spanish stuff in our bibliographies. But we're getting better, but we have a ways to go. So I'm just going to stop it there. This is stuff you've heard before pretty much today. So I'll leave it at that. And thank you again for giving me the last word. Well, maybe it's not the last word. Okay. Let's see.
I think we can more or less make it the last word. Thank
Okay.
you everybody for attending, and please, I know some, as Luciano mentioned, we already received the information from UNAM, the La Programa. We get that bulletin every Friday afternoon. I hope that you are receiving the CASC bulletin at the very least. If you're not, then we will put you on the list. I've requested that happen. I don't know if it has become a reality, but let us please continue this conversation and to share this information and think about what a next step can be. And Luciano, do you want to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that we already have some ideas, but you guys also are welcome to come up with ideas and invite us in. You know, we'll be happy to join. Thank you, everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Agnes is probably doing something else.
Quite
Well,
possible. Yes.
good job. Agnes, if you're there, hi. Let me know what time you want to have that beer.
Yeah, I'll get back to you. Yeah, we can talk then about things. Yeah. I'm gonna run to the gym now, so maybe even like I don't know, is 5 okay for you, or you want to do
Yeah,
it?
yeah, 5 would be good. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe 5 o'clock at where do you want? Pig, that's kind of small, that'd be maybe difficult depending.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be the where we went last time, the Free
Free
State.
State. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. There's a basketball game, so it might be packed, but I don't know. Okay. Anyway, let's shoot for that.
All
Free
right.
State 5.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.